Good evening, everyone. Welcome back from the council being dark in the month of July. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Denver.
Here.
Councilmember Leesmeyer.
Here.
Councilmember Sobek.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem August.
Here.
And Mayor Mann.
Here.
5 present, Your Honor.
Thank you. We have words of inspiration tonight. Pastor Tony Truax.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, fellow citizens, and full house tonight, huh? Okay. Well, let's start with the word of prayer, shall we? Almighty God and Father, as we begin this evening, we pray, first recognizing what your prophet Isaiah said and declared that you are the high and lofty one who inhabits all eternity, whose name is holy. You dwell in the high and holy place. And so it is, Lord, that we humbly come before you, seeking your leading and guidance upon our mayor, our city council, their staff, all of our citizens in this meeting as it convenes. We pray and ask for your counsel, your wisdom, your rule, and for you to overrule the discussions so that the decisions being made are in accordance with your will. As we come together this evening, Lord, may all that is carefully said be carefully considered for the common good, for justice, and for peace for our great city of Menifee. In this meeting, let it be a fruitful and respectful dialogue. Lord, I now pray a special prayer and petition for our law enforcement and for those families who have recently paid the ultimate price as their loved ones served and protected their community. I ask for your comfort for those families and for your hand of protection to be upon all those who serve and protect. For all our first responders, may you grant them vigilance, patience, and protection. We pray for the safety of our citizens, the prosperity of our businesses, excellence in our school, compassion in our hospitals, unity in our churches, and above all, Lord, we pray for love in our neighborhoods. And we ask these things be done according to your will, to your glory, and in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Councilmember Leesmeyer, would you lead us in the flag salute?
Certainly. Please join me in saluting our nation's flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We have, under presentations tonight, we have a couple of introductions. Mr. Johnson, would you take it away?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'd like to welcome Deputy Chief Pemberton up to the podium, and he has some introductions of some new battalion chiefs for Menifee.
Good evening. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Jeff Pemberton. I'm the division chief responsible for the Southwest cities. So it's my great honor tonight to introduce one of the two new battalion chiefs that we have serving here in Menifee. Ty, if you could please come up. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city staff, and members of the Menifee community, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Ty Davis, one of the two newly appointed battalion chiefs serving the city of Menifee. Our second battalion chief, Josh Bischoff, is currently serving on a fire in Northern California. When he returns, I will also take an opportunity to introduce him to you as well. Chief Davis has held several ranks within the fire department: a fire explorer, a volunteer, a firefighter paramedic, a fire apparatus engineer, and a fire captain. And he has also recently served as a limited-term battalion chief for several months in our mountain battalion here within Riverside County. He has served most of his fire service career here in Riverside, and prior to this, he served in the city of El Centro as a firefighter paramedic in various other agencies throughout California. Ty has a diverse municipal and wildland background, including working in our Paris Emergency Command and Dispatch Center, our Regional Dispatch Center, and as a truck fire captain in the city of Temecula. Ty previously has served 8 years in our as a training coordinator at our Ben Clark training facility. He's been involved within the department at various levels and created and rewritten several of our manuals that we use today. Ty holds an associate degree in fire science and is a certified state fire marshal instructor, fire officer, and currently, now that he's a permanent chief officer, can complete his chief officer certification. In between pursuing his career, Ty resides in Murrieta. Please do not hold that against him. And is a devoted father to his 3 sons, Andrew, Adrian, Avery, and the caregiver of his mother, Michelle. Please join me in welcoming Chief Ty Davis to the city of Menifee.
I feel very honored to have this, been given this position. I did serve or live in the city of Menifee for 9 years, and due to my children's schooling and stuff like that, so we just ended up relocating. But I think this is a great city. The opportunity to come back here and serve the community and the council, I'm very grateful for, and I hope I serve you well.
Thank you, Battalion Chief. Welcome you to the team, and we're grateful to have you on board. Thank you very much. And gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me? We have a presentation to make tonight. Mr. Darius Hughes, would you please join us up front, please? Right in between myself and Councilwoman Sobek. These are the things that the City Council likes to do, recognizing and honoring Menifeans who do great deeds. And this is Darius. Darius was born in Kansas, but was raised here in Menifee, and he went to Paloma Valley High School while he was here. But during that time, he's also been involved with the Scouts. And during that time, in his Boy Scout days, he received a life-saving merit badge as a Boy Scout. And he continued on to earn his Eagle Scout rank and was included in the Order of the Arrow. Now, Darius graduated from Paloma Valley and became a lifeguard at the Menifee Lakes swimming pool. And after that summer, he went on to do some missionary work for his local LDS church, which is a noble cause indeed. And upon his return, he found out that he was accepted to Brigham Young University, where he is now a student majoring in computer technology. Is that right? Computer engineering. Computer engineering. And then Darius returned home this summer and accepted a lifeguard position again at the Menifee Lake swimming pool. But back on June 11th of this year, Darius was doing an assignment that required him to regulate the use of the slide that goes into the pool from the top of a platform. And a quick survey by him of the pool alerted him to a young boy who was struggling to stay afloat. And he immediately scrambled down 3 flights of those metal stairs and dove into the pool to save the boy from drowning. Though life-saving was not his primary duty at the slide, his natural instincts and training kicked in with immediate imminent threat of danger to the boy, caused him to react, thereby saving the young child from drowning. And for that, we are recognizing him tonight. But before we do that, I'm going to pass the mic over to Councilwoman Sobek, who has a couple words to say.
Thank you, Mayor. So when I called Darius to ask him about saving this little boy's life, Darius was very humble, and he said, I was just doing my job. And when he saved the little boy said, oh, please don't tell my mom, don't tell my mom. And he escorted the little boy to his mother. But he was just so humble about it. I was just doing my job. But we're grateful to be able to present to you our very first Menifee City Outstanding Citizen Award. Thank you for serving and saving this little boy's life.
Congratulations. How about another round of applause? Okay, on to agenda approval or modifications. Madam Clerk, I understand that we have a couple of modifications on the consent calendar. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Items 10.15 and 10.16 are being rescheduled to the August 17th City Council meeting. The applicants were not able to meet the deadline for submitting a final map.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional modifications?
I would like to pull item 10.3 off the consent.
Okay, when we get there, we'll note that 10.3 is being pulled, and we'll do that when we get to that action item. On to the agenda is approved as modified. Public comment this evening. This is the time for members of the public to address the council about items which are not listed on the agenda. Not listed. The Ralph M. Brown Act limits the council's ability to respond to comments on non-agendized matters at the time such comments are made. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes on any single item, and if you haven't already done so, please submit your speaker slip to the city clerk. I'm reading that tonight just simply because there's a lot of you who are going to speak on item 12.1. Public comment period is not the time to speak about 12.1. When we get to agenda item 12.1, we'll provide you the opportunity to speak at that time. With that being said, Madam Clerk, would you please call the first public speaker?
Marnie Palmerin, followed by Louis Mazet.
Hi, good evening, Council. It's good to see you all. I want to say something really great. I am so proud of the job that I have done, you guys have done. As you drive around Menifee, everything that, Scott, you were here when it started, John was here, you guys made it happen. And now it's here, and everyone here is benefiting from your vision, your long-term vision, and all of you that have been in the last few years have made it go through. I want to thank you all for that. That's basically all I had to say, because I just feel it. It's really wonderful, and I hope things go well this election.
Thank you. It takes a team of all the councils that came before us and this one to make those things happen. Louis Mazet.
Good evening, Mayor Mann and City Council members. Last month, we lost our only commuter bus stop and park and ride lot in the city of Menifee. This bus stop and park and ride lot were located near Sun City Boulevard and McCall Boulevard. Now the city of Menifee is the only city between Temecula and Riverside without a commuter stop and a lot to park one's car. This bus stop was one of the most used of commuter bus route number 208 as it travels between the cities of Riverside and Temecula. Commuters took this bus for many reasons, such as heavy traffic on I-215, very foggy weather, cost savings, express trip, and convenience. Commuters arrive at the bus stop in various ways. Some of the passengers walked, others rode a bike, and others drove to park their car at the Menifee United Church of Christ property. There is 5 miles from the closed bus stop to the relocated one at Metrolink, South Paris, which is too far for those walking. For them, the new bus stop might as well be 50 miles away. The bike drivers must traverse over a dangerous rural road that has many potholes and no street lights. Additionally, there are large vacant and agricultural properties that are subject to ponding and dense fog after a storm. Driving a car can be very tasking, with sharp turns at Marietta Road and Case Road. When making a turn going south at the intersection, one must be very careful not to make the turn too wide or end up in a deep drainage channel. I have several questions as follows. Could the closing of this park and ride lot and bus stop result in problems on implementing trip reduction mitigation measures that may have been adopted on the basis for providing commuter buses and accessible bus stop for passengers? 2, does the city of Menifee have a trip reduction plan ordinance? I found that the city of Temecula has one, and the city placed it in their general plan. I further found that the city of Santa Monica has a trip reduction ordinance of over 60 pages for existing and proposed developments. I am asking for the city of Menifee to help the commuters from the city of Menifee to reestablish the commuter bus stop and park and ride lot. This concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mazie. I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem August to briefly comment on this since he's our RTA rep for Menifee.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mazie. And I did see you making your comments up at RTA meeting the other day. I talked to Mr. Rubio, the CEO of RTA, today, and we had discussed the bus stop for Route 208, which is across the street from the Wells Fargo Bank on the west side of Sun City Boulevard, right next to the church. And he called me up and he asked me what I thought about perhaps removing that stop. Those trips, first of all, let me tell you that the Riverside Transport RTCT carpool, well, we had a contract with the city. That no longer exists. Mr. Rubio informed me that they run 6 bus trips through that bus stop a day, and they're only picking up, the ridership is 6, 8 people, possibly another 8, which is 16. 5 of them, they figure that 8 of them use their cars, 6 of them have bicycles. And the people that have called RTAs, the ones now that don't have access to that bus stop anymore, are driving to the South Station in Paris. So he asked me, and of course we work very closely with RTA, and he asked me what I thought about it. I said, well, that's would be okay with me. I'll inform the city staff of your decision, and I concur with it. I did ask him if there's a lot of people that come forward, would we be able to consider putting it back there, and he said he would. Now, I'm not an expert, and you probably know more about this than I do, and if you'd like to call RTA and discuss with them what I'm trying to present to you tonight. I did agree to that because of the low ridership. And if they did, with that stop there, it's increasing their stops, which is increasing their times, and they'd have to change their schedules slightly. So that's all I know on it. And if you want to discuss it further, we can talk about it.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Peter Thorworth, followed by Laura Sutton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Is the projector on? I'd like to just show a photograph. Works pretty well. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to ask if Menifee Lakes, and in particular Shoreline and Lake Point Road, can be completed. And by that I mean quite a while ago what you see here was done, which is patching up the seams, and I really think it's time to finish it up and put a slurry coating on there. It looks terrible, and what you see here it is just hot and sticky. So if you can tell in that photograph, there's footprints, there's tire tracks. Mothers are starting to complain about kids getting their shoes stuck on the seam material. So I'm requesting that please we would like to be patient, but it's been quite a while that it's looked like this, and we would like to have a slurry coating on Menifee Lakes roads, including Shoreline and Lake Point, as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, the Menifee Lake area, what phase of our pavement management plan is that area contained in? Do you have that information at your fingertips?
I don't have the information handy. It is in a future slurry project.
Okay. Could you then maybe you two get together and talk about the timing of that?
Will do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Laura Sutton, followed by Kelly Alvarado.
No, we don't. Our code and our decorum policy does not allow to yield time to another speaker. Huh? Who? Yeah, I have no objection.
Hi, my name's Kelly Alvarado. Can you hear me? You got me?
Yep.
My name's Kelly Alvarado. I'm the wife and spouse of a firefighter who works for CAL FIRE Riverside County. Often he works overtime here in Menifee. I first off want to say that I personally and we as a team support public safety and public education because I am a teacher, so we support taxes that support, again, public safety and public education. I want to read a quick note from Firefighter Engineering about suicide rates rising among firefighters from August of 2015. Suicide rates are on the increase among firefighters. In fact, the rates are beginning to catch up with the rates of law enforcement officers. Some of the same stressors affect both groups, and more corporate culture changes are needed to ensure that the best possible assistance is provided to first responders who are feeling so stressed that they experience suicidal thoughts. Little boys and little girls often dream of becoming firefighters. The Halloween costume with the big red hat has been a perennial favorite for generations now. Every child loves the red trucks, including my son, the sirens, the perception that firefighters are heroes as they save lives, help people, and save property. They are the heroes, selfless heroes who should be celebrated perhaps more than some of the so-called heroes admired by today's young people. Recently, my husband and I watched a documentary about suicide rates in firefighters. That prompted a discussion between the two of us about stressors that may be causing suicide amongst firefighters. Typically, we don't talk about the stresses that he is experiencing at work. He tries to leave that at work. And many things were repeated, such as low salaries for CAL FIRE firefighters, which I researched and are about 83% below industry standard based on the Cal HR 2014 Total Firefighter Compensation Report. They work 30% more hours. Again, that's from the Cal HR compensation survey. So my husband works a 72-hour work week for CAL FIRE here in Menifee, and because his wages are so low, we as a family of 5 need him to work overtime, whether it's forced or not. So on average, he's working about 96 hours a week, and many of those hours are spent not sleeping. They're on horrific calls, serving this public that he loves so much. And in addition, we talked about insufficient injury and illness benefits or disability benefits for CAL FIRE firefighters, which I was unaware of, but you can find that in their MOU. And then you can also research it with the Adkins bill that's currently on the floor right now. So those are very real issues that are affecting firefighters. There's a ton of literature out there on it, but it's affecting us at home. It's affecting my 3 children who aren't seeing their dad because he is working extensive, dangerous
Ms. Alvarado,
hours.
your time is up.
So we ask for your help. We ask that you sign our petition on change.org in support of wages and compensation based on industry standard for CAL FIRE firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing those emails with us with that web link to do that petition. Ms. Sutton.
I'm Laura Sutton. I just want to kind of piggyback off of Kelly. As many are unaware of how overworked and underpaid our CAL FIRE Riverside County is, the facts are that they work, compared to local fire departments, they work 19 plus more hours a week, and they are 83% underpaid, and that's facts. I can speak on behalf of my husband. He works at the Menifee Lakes Fire Station, and so his normal work week is a 72-hour week. Because his salary is so low, he has to work overtime, and this is pretty common for most families. So they're working an average of 96 plus hours a week, plus forces, give or take. When he comes home, you know, a day or two in the week, he is so sleep deprived because they run an average after midnight 2 to 4 calls a night. So this is, I mean, running days on days with no sleep. So because of that, they come home, they have no, you know, they're exhausted. And it's just affecting the families and the suicide situation as well. So we just are asking for support on change.org for our petition for their salary and their work hours and also their injury benefits. I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sutton. We appreciate you coming to speak. Next speaker, please.
Kaylin D. Martino.
Hello, I am working with a group advocating equal pay for CAL FIRE firefighters. My husband is a captain for the Riverside unit of CAL FIRE. He's worked for MMU all the way up in Mariposa and the BDU unit of CAL FIRE San Bernardino as well to promote. He loves Riverside and doesn't want to leave. He's worked at 86 Indio and 76 Menifee, some of the busiest houses in the county. In the almost 11 years we've been married, we've been to 3 funerals from on-the-job fatalities, with a total of 7 men that have lost their lives. Two of these funerals, he was on those incidents, one being the Esperanza fire where he had to fly a USFS fireman out while he was burning to death. I will forward this message to anyone I can. Please do not forget about us. Please help us and guide us where you can. My husband will be gone probably most of this month due to the fires. He was recently on the Sand Fire working side by side LA County, making half as much as they do. He will be up for 24 hours working tirelessly on and off again until he is sent to the next fire. He has gone a total of 6 months every year. It never changes. While he is away, his co-workers will cover his spot at the station along with all the other guys that are gone. They don't get 24 hours rest. In Riverside Station 7, Sun City, one of the busiest stations, runs 5,700 calls a year, 15 to 16 calls a day. Is that safe for someone to work that much 3 days in a row, let alone 7 to 10? Why does CAL FIRE have to work a mandatory 12 days a month with less pay than most of the other stations nearby that require only 10 days? Don't they deserve the same compensation as the brothers and sisters they work tirelessly with, shoulder to shoulder? He risks his life just the same and has seen enough in his lifetime not to be worth more, along with the 6,000 other employees at CAL FIRE. From what I know, the board at 2881 agrees and has worked tirelessly to come to an agreement. We want to help. We have over 3,400 people that have signed our petition for equal pay for CAL FIRE firefighters. These are your taxpayers acknowledging there is a problem and we need change. We as wives are willing to do the legwork and help where we can and could use the guidance of the union and our local government on how to do that in a positive way. Thank you so much for your time and support.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Joel Morse, followed by Lena Bausch.
I wanted to speak on 11.1. 11.2 rather.
Very good.
Yes, I apologize. I've got that.
Very good.
Lena Bausch.
Hi, I'm a resident here. I've been living here
Excuse me. Please restate your name for the recording.
Oh, Lena Bausch.
Thank you.
I'm a resident here for about 5 years, so I definitely have seen all the changes. I'm here because I'm very concerned about all of the transits and panhandling going around the city. I no longer feel safe to go grocery shopping, to have my son outside. I kind of think like it got to the point where I'm here now because they're like in my neighborhood, going through the trash cans. I mean, that's just to the point of I'm over it. So I really feel like we need to do something about it instead of talking about it. They look healthy to me, go get a job, you know, like I just need them to go away. And we are building all these really nice things. We're taking the time to doing that. And they're already there. Like Sonic just opened and they're already standing there. It's just not okay. And it's like, babies, they have babies there now. They're using, you know, signs like, you know, I'm struggling and stuff like that. I don't feel sorry for these people. You know, I work every day. They could do the same. Now I understand we probably all feel the same way, but I just want to do something about it and get them away, like put them in a bus and take them to Utah, kind of like what they did when the Olympics happened. They took their people to Las Vegas, something like that. But we just need something to happen today. Not tomorrow. That's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am. Hello?
Oh, sorry. My first time wanted
Oh, that's okay. What shopping center are you talking about specifically?
all of them. Any
You go
of
to
them.
all the shopping centers in the
There's
city?
there's someone at the gas station, there's someone at Ross. Kid you not, I was at Chipotle, you know, where they have that little area where the kids could go running.
Yeah.
There was this creepo guy with like a wife beater and shorts, just straggling around, just watching us. I felt so uncomfortable. I had to get my kid and go.
Okay,
And
thank
they're in
you.
my neighborhood now. Like,
Where's your neighborhood?
I live where the community where Hans Road, and you go right on what is that street?
Okay, You live on the other side of Newport Road?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
I live
Right.
where the community college is at.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
So how are they getting there? You know, it's.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you very
thanks.
much.
Thank you. Ms. Sobek?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Lena for coming and making that comment. I actually had that on the council member comments tonight. During the month of July, I've talked to a lot of residents, I've talked to code enforcement, made phone calls, talked to the police, got the police out. I've seen the increase as well, and I'll be making a motion later on in the meeting.
Next speaker, please.
Catherine Alvarado, followed by Amber Reinhold.
Good evening. I've lived in Menifee for about 4 or 5 years, and I'm here this evening to also talk about CAL FIRE, but kind of from a different perspective. I have a 93-year-old mother that lives with me who unfortunately gets ill and won't go to the doctor, and finally she'll say, well, I guess maybe you better call 911. I call, and they come out. I have never had a group of firefighters or paramedics that are any better than the ones that come to our community. They deal with my mom, who is not an easy person to deal with when she's not feeling well, as only 93, I guess she's entitled. But the firefighters that come, the paramedics that come, are always so kind. They end up calling her grandma. It's okay, we'll get you there. It's no trouble. Just relax, that's why we're here. There have been times when she has been seriously ill and has passed out, and she has always been dealt with dignity and respect, and I can't say enough about the way she is treated. The flip side of that, I'm going to put on my other hat. I'm the mom of a firefighter. And I will tell you that since the time he was 3 years old, his favorite toy was a fire hat that had a siren and red lights. And he figured out at 3 how to turn it on and walk away and leave it running. So he was an explorer. He was a volunteer. He was one of the youngest that did ride-alongs at 17 and a half, scared me to death. He is doing this because he loves it, because he cares about people, because he wants to make sure that everyone is taken care of. Fortunately, he's not had to come out for his grandma, but I know that he would. His friends have come and taken care of her. I can't say enough that these young men that come out, and young women, that they deserve to be paid fairly. They come in when everybody else is running out. And my son won't even tell me some of the things that he has seen. I read about them in the papers or go online and ask, were you there? Yeah, Mom, and I don't want to talk about it. So to me, if we're going to raise taxes or come up with more money, we need to pay our policemen and our firefighters a fair wage. They need to make more money so that my son doesn't have to be sleep deprived.
Your time is up.
Okay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Just so that everybody knows, the city of Menifee does not control the wages of our public safety folks. Those are dictated to us, and we recognize the need for support for the petition, and I just want to make that distinction for those who may not be familiar with how CAL FIRE pays their employees and how law enforcement does as well. But we control nothing with their salary and their compensation. We can support from a lobbying standpoint, yes. Next speaker, please.
Amber Reinhold.
Good evening. I am also here as a concerned citizen and a concerned spouse of a CAL FIRE Riverside County firefighter. My husband has worked in this battalion for over 12 years. He spent 10 years over on the ladder truck at the Menifee Lake Station. He loves our community, and we also live here over in Menifee Lakes. I'm here with these wonderful wives in support of wage changes and schedule changes. My husband left Friday morning for a shift. He has since been forced. He was forced today. He was supposed to be here himself tonight. He's forced again tomorrow, and he starts his normal shift again on Friday. So his couple of days away, we now have an 11-day stint where I can't see him, the kids can't see daddy, and it's rather hard. In this battalion alone, I know that in this last 4 weeks of a pay period, there was over 62 unwanted overtime days dealt to these guys who work, countless hours as it is. 31 were forced duty days where there's no one to fill that vacancy and somebody is forced to stay. And the other 31 were due to a staffing pattern due to the fires going on throughout the state. That's a lot of shifts. CAL FIRE needs to step up. They need to hire additional personnel and pay our gentlemen what they deserve and our ladies who work and compensate them. I guess you guys as the city pay for their training in this battalion, and unfortunately CAL FIRE Riverside unit is losing dozens of employees to other fire departments who are willing to pay their guys higher wages with lower hours, so to keep them happy and they appreciate their department. So again, we're here to stand behind our men and get the changes made.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you very much. On to council member updates and comments. Any reports over the summer? Mr. Denver.
WRCOG had a meeting this week, and all I wanted to say is that we're in the process of reviewing new PACE providers so that there'll be some more choices to make on the HERO program to improve your house, improve your property, and have it go onto your tax bill. We only have one provider now, and we're trying to get more. So that's a big deal at WRCOG, and we're working on it right now.
Thank you, Mr. Denver. Ms. Sobeck.
Thank you, Mayor. July was supposed to be dark, but I was busy as a council member, as I said earlier, taking care and receiving many phone calls and many emails about the transients. And I hope that we'll be able to look at that later as a council. But, we have wonderful wives tonight here for our local firefighters. And I just wanted to make sure we announce this tonight, that Saturday, this coming Saturday, August 6th, from 4 to 8 is National Night Out. And it's going to be at Wheatfield Park, and it's our opportunity to go out and say thank you to our firefighters and our police officers. And I would just want to make sure that everyone knew about that, to go out and support them. Also, I have received many phone calls and complaints about the turf removal that Valleywide started and on the east side of the freeway. We need to have a conversation about this, and I don't know if we do this now or we need to put it on an agenda item. I don't know if I need to make a request for that, to have Valleywide come and make a presentation to our council. None of us have been informed of what their plans, and they need to come and let us know their plans. Let us see what's going on and what's holding this up. So do I do that later, or?
We can do that now, but if you don't object, let me ask Mr. Johnson to weigh in here. How have we engaged Valleywide on the right-of-way landscaping that the city owns that they seem to contract for?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We've engaged them several times, inspectors out on the actual property. We did get them to submit some plans They had no plans for the actual improvements. We've made comments to those plans. We've had those plans at our counter, I think, since July 6th. Is that right? What's that? Right. So, no, we made the comments, and they've been sitting at our counter waiting for them to, they did pick them. They picked them up on the 6th. So we've been waiting for the second submittal for that. Prior to our request for their submittal of the plans and specifications, we didn't know what was going on. We saw equipment moving in our right-of-way, and we went to talk, and that's when we stopped the project. And it's been where it is because we have not received final plans and specifications for the improvements.
So there is movement in terms of communication between the two public agencies. Do we need to agendize this and have a council discussion and encourage them to get in, or do you prefer to continue to handle it staff to staff?
Well, staff to staff doesn't seem to be pushing the project as quickly as we'd like it to be. We have suggested to them to bring that forward to Parks, Recs, and Trails Commission or to council, and to date, we have not had a response that would be something they'd be willing to do or want to do. It doesn't mean they wouldn't do it. We just haven't had a response to whether they'd like to do it. So we're more than welcome, we're more than happy to invite them and to agendize it so that they can make a presentation, if that's council's
I would
wish.
second that in support of that request.
Thank you. Okay, thank you on that. I attended the California League of Cities in Eastvale last month. The message of the meeting to all local leaders in all the cities in Riverside County was about being a healthy community, and took away a lot of good information on what we can do in the city of Menifee to be a healthy community. And that was a great presentation. Learned a lot, and resources that are available to us as a council. I'd like to make a comment about the Fall Festival. And it's been brought to my understanding that the Fall Festival this year wants to have a beer garden at a family-friendly children's activity. And when I heard about this yesterday, I was thinking about it, and there's a few things there that was brought to my attention that I thought about, and that is, one is, what kind of message are we sending our youth? Do we need a beer garden at this family-friendly activity? If it was a car show and there were families there, that's a different scenario. But I don't feel that the Fall Festival is a place for a beer garden and the message that we're sending. I'm also concerned that if there was irresponsible parents, and if anything happened on the way home from that event, it just concerns me. So I don't know if this is something we need to make a policy talk about, but as a council, I don't believe that this is the right activity to have something like that at.
Thank you. I think we all became aware of it yesterday in an email. Mr. Johnson, could you address this maybe at a future council meeting during city manager's comments and update the council on those activities?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other reports over the summer? I have none either. Enjoyed our time. I hope staff was able to take their time and use some of their vacation and take a breather and roll into this meeting and all the other work that we have to do with a renewed vigor and zeal to get things done here in the city of Menifee. That concludes council member updates and comments. On to approval of minutes from the June 15th, 2016 meeting. Are there any modifications or corrections needed for the minutes? Hearing none, those minutes are approved. On to the consent calendar. Staff has already pulled 10:15 and 10:16 for August 17th meeting. Councilmember Sobek has pulled 10.3. Councilmember Leesmeyer?
10.2.
And 10.2. 10.2 and 10.3 are pulled for tonight for separate discussion. Is there a motion on the balance of the consent calendar?
Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. I did want to offer one clarification on item 10.4.
Okay.
On the council's dais tonight are a couple of further corrections to the ballot language adopted last year for the term limit issue and for the duration of the mayor's office issue. The clarifications are to the ballot language. They are completely non-substantive, but I did want to, for the record, state that they've been provided to the council on the dais tonight. All they do is call out the name, the specific number of the ordinance that would accomplish those changes if the ballot measure is successful. And because of an elections code requirement, they begin with the word shall and end with the words be adopted. Other than that, no substantive changes.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Are there any speakers on the consent calendar tonight, Madam Clerk?
No, there are not.
Very well. I'll entertain a motion then to approve the balance of the consent calendar minus 10.2, 10.3, 10.15, and 10.16. Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Mr. Denver. Call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem August? Councilmember Leesmeyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek?
Aye.
Councilmember Denver?
Aye.
Mayor Mann?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Very well. Agenda item 10.2, Mr. Leesmeyer.
Thank you. Yes. I did have a couple of questions on the warrant register. It was obviously a very packed agenda with a whole month worth of items in there. And I did have some questions. I hope Rob can help me understand a couple of these line items. Periodically we see the copier charge of 4,000, 1,000 here, 1,000 there, but I saw this one of 13,000. I didn't understand what that was, so I was curious what that amounted to. Did we do something different there? I just don't understand what that charge was for.
If it's a copier charge, it would be non-departmental. It could be a contract renewal or a new copier. I'm not familiar with that charge, Bruce. What line item was it? What number?
Well, let me see here. I believe I did mark it here. Bear with me with the digital age.
It's 33589.
Sorry?
33589.
Yeah, that's it. 33589. Voucher number 33589.
Because I had it marked too. It's a buyout.
So yeah, it says, I didn't write down the number. It says copier buyout, U.S. Bank Finance, 13,355. Did we have something on lease and then we bought out the lease? I just didn't understand what it was.
We did change copiers, and so if we had a new contract, there might have been a copier buyout on the exchange of the new ones.
Okay. Okay, and then the other charges are just the typical monthly service fees of the copier? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Another item on that same page, I noticed that we typically have our RSO contract. It says Riverside Sheriff Contract. But there was one thing that caught my eye. It says RSO Records Management.
Mm-hmm.
Is that different
So
than what's in our contract?
It's part of the contract, but we get billed separately for multiple items. So what we attempt to do is put exactly what that payment's for, but it is through the contract.
Okay, so it's not on top of the contract that we pay?
No.
Okay. I was curious
Most
if
of
there
what you
were-
see on the contract is personnel related, and then there's other associated costs based on the contract. So we may have a $10.3 million contract with the Sheriff's Department, but our total contract is 11.4.
Okay.
So those things other than personnel costs.
And the last thing was, there was, actually, I did make a phone call about this item because I was curious. There was a charge for Quail Valley Community Group telephone, like $75. I was curious about that because I didn't know that they had a telephone. So I made a call to the Quail Valley Community Group, and something else came up, and it had to do with the Crime Watch. And there are charges on here about the Crime Watch. I don't know if I want to talk about that here on this item, or because it has to do with what the city is paying for Crime Watch. And as I understand, the Crime Watch recently changed their bylaws, and I just wanted to have a discussion maybe in the future about the Crime Watch and how the Crime Watch operates, because as I understand it, the Crime Watch has to do with the entire city of Menifee. It's paid for out of the taxpayers' budget, but I don't know that the entire city of Menifee is being served by the Crime Watch. So I want to have a
It is
discussion
all,
about that.
it's a good discussion to have. It's also part of our contract with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, so I guess I'll make that for a future agenda item.
If I might suggest, why don't we have the Public Safety Committee review that first? And bring it into the council if needed.
Yeah, that
Would
makes
you
sense.
support that?
I would, yeah,
Okay.
that's good. Okay. That's all I had on the register.
Thank you, Mr. Leesmeyer. Is there a motion to approve the warrant register?
No, move, please.
We have a motion by Mr. Leesmeyer. Is there a second? We have a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Call the roll.
Councilmember Leesmeyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek?
Aye.
Councilmember Denver? Mayor Pro Tem August? Mayor Mann?
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
On to agenda item 10.3, Ms. Sobek.
Thank you. This is the professional service agreement with Meridian Capital Group. I'm just thinking that it would be good to put this on hold until after the election. It can send a mixed message.
Mr. Johnson, could you clarify? I believe this is just an extension of an existing contract already approved by the council.
It is an extension of an already approved agreement with the Meridian Capital Group for us to continue identifying alternative financing for about $40 to $60 million of infrastructure. I believe I understand the concern.
Help me understand, because I don't.
Well, there could be confusion on a repayment between non-general fund money, which general fund money we need to operate with, and outside sources of funding that would be used as a repayment for any debt that we might assume based on the financing plan. And if there's a general fund backing to that financing plan, there could be some misunderstandings with the public.
Because it's asking for $60,000 extra from the 45 original.
I think is that a not to exceed, Mr. Johnson?
That's correct. It's paid for out of the Scott Road CFD.
But I thought
or,
it's non-general fund dollars.
CIP, non-general fund dollars.
Any other, are you making a motion to, is that your motion to not reauthorize this?
At this time, I think it'd be wise to wait till after the November election.
Is there a second to not reauthorize and extend this contract? Hearing no second, that motion fails. I'll entertain a motion to approve 10.3.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Denver and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. August?
Yeah, I just want to pass down the line to Ms. Sobek. You caught me by surprise by that, and I didn't know that much about it, so that's why I voted the way I did. So, little heads up, next time maybe I'll think about it a little bit more.
Mr. Leesmeyer?
I understand the spirit of what she's talking about, because we do obviously on our agenda, we're looking to the public for money. And it's, the issue I have with this is that staff has spent a very long time working on the Scott Road interchange and trying to move that project forward. And, I feel like we're getting somewhere. There's a lot of momentum, and I don't want to see that momentum change because we really need that interchange done really bad. So, I apologize for not going with you on that, but again, kind of what Councilman Rogers was saying, but a little heads up, but of course, by giving us both a heads up, you'd be breaking the Brown Act, so we can't do that either.
Well, but I echo the comments of Mr. August and Mr. Leesmeyer. I understand the spirit and intent of why you're asking what you're asking. I just want to make sure for the benefit of the public that we're talking about a distinction between general fund dollars and restricted fund dollars for capital improvement, of which this particular contract is extending, and so that we don't lose that momentum, we don't lose that effort, because we're almost at the funding source for Scott Road and some other things. And so we need to keep this contract going so that we don't lose that momentum and we can secure the finances for that.
I just am concerned of the message that we'll send to the public. We understand that. And I just felt like just to hold off on a few months before we extended the contract, not to take it away, just hold off on it.
Yeah.
I just felt like it would be a wise decision. Many people in the community just don't understand the finances and how the city works. We're going to have a ballot measure we're going to be talking about tonight. And then here we're going to be spending, you know, giving authorization for $60,000. And I just was just asking just hold off on it for a few months and bring it back after the November election.
Understand, but it's a different piggy bank, and we're talking general fund dollars on 12.1, not talking about CSAs, bridge and road benefit districts, and other CFDs that we have in place. So your comments are noted. I would just recommend, kind of echoing what Mr. August suggested, is maybe share that with the city manager in advance too, that would be your intention to pull that item off for clarity's sake, so that we're all prepared.
I had shared it with the city manager yesterday. I don't know if he'd like to make any further comments on it.
I too have a similar concern, but it is two separate funds. It'll just be our task to make sure that the public is well informed.
Yep. Agreed.
Absolutely.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Denver.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem August.
Aye.
Councilmember Leesmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek.
No.
Mayor Mann.
Aye.
That motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Sobek in opposition.
Very well, thank you all very much. Good comments all. That brings us to agenda item 1, which is the first of 6 public hearings tonight. And we're going to take a staff report. Agenda item 11.1, appeal number 2016-138 of the Planning Commission's June 8th, 2016 approval of plot plan number 2015-099 and the associated mitigated negative declaration. And for the court recorder, when we open the public hearing is when I think you're going to want to take your comments, because right now we're taking a staff report and we'll have questions from council to staff. I'll open the public hearing and then you'll be ready to go. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Mr. Wyman, your development director, has the balance of the item.
Thank you, Mayor and council. This evening, Tamara Harrison, our associate planner, has the report on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Appeal number 2016-138 of plot plan number 2015-099 is the shops at Newport. The site is located south of Newport Road, west of Bradley Road, and east of Winterhawk Road. It's the vacant parcel directly in between the existing Arco station and McDonald's restaurant. The current general plan for the site is the Calneva specific plan, number 208. Surrounding general plan is also Calneva specific plan 208. Again, there's a restaurant to the west of the site. There's a gas station to the east of the site. To the north of the site is Economic Development Corridor, and there's an existing commercial center on the other side of Newport Road. Planning application plot plan number 2015-099 was approved to construct a 9,750 square foot commercial retail building on 1.77 acres. The approval included a 2,200 square foot restaurant with drive-through window, 3,490 square feet of office space, and 4,060 square feet of restaurant. This is a site plan showing the orientation of the building. The northern portion of the building is the drive-through. The office space is in between, and then the larger 4,000 square foot portion at the far southern portion is restaurant. Also shows the parking layout, trash enclosures. This is an example of what the building will look like. The top picture is the west elevation that has been approved, was approved by the Planning Commission for the project, and the picture below is a photo simulation of what the project will look like. At the June 8th, 2016 Planning Commission meeting, the Commission adopted resolutions adopting the mitigated negative declaration and approving the plot plan. The appeal filed by Mr. Stephen Frieder of Olivo and Associates on behalf of Mr. Ed Zadeh, who is the adjacent ARCO owner, centers upon the Commission's decisions regarding the mitigated negative declaration and approval of the project. The appeal application primarily focuses on the following: proclaim reduced visibility of the ARCO AMPM site due to the subject project, possible traffic congestion and circulation issues as a result of the project, claimed inconsistencies with the CalNEVA specific plan, that the SP's environmental impact report is outdated, and that the mitigation measures for the project are insufficient. The appellant's concerns have previously been addressed in staff reports, in the staff report for today's meeting. With that, staff recommends that the council conducts the public hearing, adopt resolution number 16-545 denying the appeal of Stephen Frieder and adopting the mitigated negative declaration based on the findings incorporated in the initial study and the conclusion that the project will not have a significant effect on the environment, and also to adopt resolution 16-546 denying the appeal of Stephen Frieder and approving plot plan number 2015-099 subject to the conditions of approval and based upon the findings and conclusions incorporated in the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Are there any questions from council to staff before we open the public hearing? And the vote at the Planning Commission was what? 5-0?
Yes, it was unanimous.
Okay. 4-0 with one missing.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. No questions from staff at this point? Maybe we'll have some questions stimulated. Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Harrison. I'm going to open the public hearing at time 8:02. Madam Clerk, was this properly noticed, and have we received any correspondence on this matter?
This public hearing has been legally noticed, and in your red folders there are some correspondence from Ann Moore of Norton Moore and Adams Law Offices, and also from the law offices of Olivo and Associates. And there is some email correspondence between staff from Christine Victorio.
Very well. Let the record reflect that those pieces of correspondence were received by the City Council and city staff. I'll call for public testimony at this time. We'll have the appellant first. Representation for the appellant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to address this council. I know you have a very busy agenda. This is a very important issue.
Excuse me, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Eduardo Olivo. I represent Mr. Ed Zadeh.
Thank you.
Who is the owner of the ARCO AMPM station, which is located adjacent to the project site.
Thank you.
As indicated, this is an important issue to my client for reasons that have been briefly summarized by your staff. My client did, purchase this property several years ago and is really concerned about the manner in which the development is being pursued. And we've, provided a couple pieces of correspondence to this city council and a couple also to the Planning Commission prior to that. Before I get into that, I do want to emphasize that my client is not opposed to development in your city. He doesn't want to be portrayed that way, even though he has a lawyer here making these arguments for him. And that, of course, is my job, and I will do that job. But he is concerned primarily, with the impact on his business. And, because of that, I've raised a number of different legal issues which we think are substantive and problematic for the city. Before I go on to that, I wanted to point out one thing that I need to do procedurally. We had made some objections at the Planning Commission level based on a appellate court case called Nightlife versus City of Beverly Hills. It really relates to the participation of counsel, your legal counsel, in advising staff and then also advising this public body. I make that objection again for the record. As far as the legal issues that we've addressed in the correspondence to you all, the primary one that we think is a problem for the city is that the Cal-Nava specific plan, which was adopted by the county and then adopted by the city, requires that the commercial retail development portion of the specific plan be pursued, pursuant to a single plot plan. This obviously is not happening with respect to this project, and because of that, it has, different impacts that, have significance to my client's concerns. First of all, the specific plan does not speak in permissive language. It mandates that the development proceed pursuant to a single plot plan. So that should be clear from the language. I don't know what the staff advised in the staff report because it's not available out here, at least from what I could see. Maybe we ran out of them because there's so many people here. But that issue is a legal issue which we think is fairly clear. But in addition to that, what has happened is that the traffic analysis that has been conducted, specifically at the intersection of Newport and the access road that serves my client's business and that is adjacent to the project site, the traffic analysis dealt with cumulative projects up to the completion, or what is projected to be the completion of this particular project. It did not, as I understand it. We have a traffic engineer who will also address this in more specifics and some of the other traffic issues.
Sir, excuse me, please. I apologize for the interruption. Just one moment. Hold your thought. Councilmember Leesmeyer needs to make a statement.
Okay.
Yeah, I just for full disclosure sake, I needed to explain that I had some prior communication with Mr. Zadeh, the appellate, just disclosing some ex parte communication, that's all.
Thank you very much for that clarification and the transparency and duty under the law. Ms. Sobek?
I didn't know we were supposed to do that at that time. I also had a conversation with the property owner.
Thank you very kindly. Anybody else need to make an ex parte disclosure?
What's he look like? I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Pardon the interruption. Let the record reflect those two disclosures. Please proceed.
Thank you. Actually forgot where I was, but in any event, I'll pick it up. One of the big issues that we have with the traffic analysis is that it does not incorporate the projected traffic impacts from the specific plan, in particular the commercial retail component, which is projected to be approximately 200 to 260,000 square feet. And so if that has not been considered, we believe that the traffic analysis that was supportive of the CEQA conclusions that were reached is deficient. We've also pointed out that the mitigated negative declaration speaks in very general terms about the mitigation that will be provided. We don't think that that meets the CEQA requirements either. And the importance of the specific plan and the failure to assess it as part of this project, can be boiled down to this. If, in fact, you were studying, the bigger project, you would be making CEQA determinations that are much different than what you're doing now. You would not be adopting a mitigated negative declaration. You would be adopting some other CEQA document, perhaps an addendum to the EIR, perhaps a supplement to the EIR. But the fact is that this project, as it's proceeding now, has failed to take that into consideration, and it impacts my client significantly. Now, with that said, we also have proposed some mitigation. Again, we do not want to, be viewed as, simply, coming up here to try and stop the project. We want to, provide solutions, and we propose to you a few solutions that we think would address the concerns of my client. One of them is to move the building another 18 feet back. That would take up 8 parking spaces that are now on the south side of the project and cause those 8 parking spaces to be moved onto the project or the site that is south of the project site. We don't think that's a huge ask. We're also asking that the monument sign be moved from the intersection of Newport and the access road to the driveway number 1, which is the McDonald's driveway. And the reason for that is your initial traffic report, had projected that there would be no access, to the project from the access road, and that the traffic would be flowing in from driveway number 1. Consistent with that, we think that the monument sign should be at that driveway, because we believe that as the monument sign is placed at the access road intersection with Newport, that's what is signaling to people that they should enter onto that particular highway or access road to access this project. And that causes, traffic issues that, my client believes will impact access to the driveway of the ARCO. And we've depicted some of that in the attachments that we've provided to you in the correspondence. And finally, there are some other mitigation measures that would provide for a stop sign on the access road prior to my client's driveway, and a marking of the road in the area where his driveway is to alert motor vehicles, that they should not be, blocking that particular path to his, business. So, the traffic engineer that we have here can speak in more detail about that, but we propose those. We think they're reasonable, and we request kindly that you consider those. I can answer any questions I hope that you may have, if you have them.
All the, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. Just a quick question. You said a stop sign? You're asking for a stop sign. Would that stop sign be on Newport?
No, it would be, we've depicted it on a diagram on the last page, I believe, of the most recent correspondence. And we can, display it here, but it would be on the access road before the driveway, so to the south of the driveway.
That's where the stop sign would go right there? What would that be? What do you suggest that would be?
Well,
That have?
Well, I'm going to leave that to the traffic engineer who actually proposed the mitigation, but as I understand it, that would, cause, traffic to stop at that location, allow other traffic to clear, but also just make it certain that the traffic would not then, stop in the middle of the driveway. But I'll leave that to the traffic engineer to address.
And you can tell me where is the give me a reference on the monument sign as well. Where is it proposed now? Right there?
Currently, it's being proposed here.
Okay. And where do you want it?
Mr. Mayor, can we kindly have him
Sure.
introduce himself?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Giancarlo Gandini with the firm Kunzman Associates. We're a traffic engineering firm, and I've been hired by the appellant to review the traffic study and information provided for this project.
Okay. Ms. Woodruff, could you give him the microphone, the handheld, as he addresses the schematic aerial picture?
Building to move 1852.
You want to put that up so the citizens can see it? Put it in the corner?
It's appealing to us. I'd rather see it myself.
So the initial traffic study had indicated that the main driveway access would be here, which is adjacent to the McDonald's site. Currently, it's being proposed at the shared access easement adjacent to the ARCO site. And so the issue, again, the biggest issue we see with respect to the traffic is the potential for, as you can see, during existing conditions even, this is regardless of the additional traffic that will be generated by the proposed project. You can see how traffic queues are coming back towards this driveway, which will effectively block vehicles trying to exit from making this right turn, which will kind of a domino effect cause vehicles to queue and block the access into the driveway site, which of course has business impacts for the appellant, but also potentially safety impacts as these vehicles making a right turn into the site, if there are any that are trying to access the ARCO, which again, this is perhaps the highest use for the ARCO site because of the fact that Newport Road has such a much higher traffic volume. This will be the main access for ARCO, and so if this gets queued backwards and blocks this driveway, it's going to have a domino effect to where inbound vehicles trying to access here are now going to queue back and potentially spill all the way back into Newport Road. The proposed mitigation measure for this, again, would be to install a stop sign here for vehicles heading southbound and stripe a keep clear marking within this driveway area, in a sense warning drivers to pause and try to keep this area open such that vehicles that are trying to access the ARCO site have that area clear and are able to do so freely. And then the second issue that still we believe is outstanding, the site plan for the proposed project, I don't know if we can pull that up, but the drive-through for the proposed coffee shop runs adjacent to this drive aisle, and it turns into a hairpin turn for any vehicles that would be trying to enter into there. We believe that the stacking for that would likely require up to 13 vehicles. Right now they're providing for 8. It will be, the positive side is it won't be affecting the public roads, but it will potentially cause some congestion up here on site and internally, not just for the ARCO, but also for the other properties that are using this access road. The proposed, or the request to move that building south and remove those parking spaces, those 8 parking spaces along the south side of that building there, would help alleviate some of that congestion. And so that's it for the 2 big traffic issues. If you have any questions, I can answer.
Thank you. Council, do you have any? Mr. Denver?
Is the building being proposed on that dirt area there?
Yes, this dirt lot right here.
And where, looking at that up there, how does it sit on the lot?
So
Flip it up. Yeah, flip it upside down.
okay, so again, here's the ARCO. Here's the proposed project site. The building is more or less right here along this would be the eastern edge of the project site.
John? The ARCO is to the right on our screens.
I think they have it on this.
Ms. Sobek?
When I met, I received one of these. You were all supposed to get one. I don't know if you got it. When I met with the owner, I'm looking at this from both of these projects. I have to be in the middle. These are both businesses in our city. And so I listened to the ARCO representative, and they provided me with a map. And I checked with Planning Commission to kind of find out, some things, how it went there. And the main thing is they asked Mr. Ed, what would you like? And so I brought his desires in and spoke with our engineering department and shared the map of some of his desires, and maybe our engineering department can give some light on some of the things that you looked at professionally on his requests.
Councilwoman Sobek brought to our attention your recent requests of the mitigation items that you just discussed here. I had my traffic engineer evaluate your request for a on-site stop sign on that private road there, along with striping to keep clear. After reviewing that, we think that would be an added improvement that would improve circulation. We would recommend that this area be reviewed at a later time after the business opens to make sure that your claim of traffic stacking up to cause additional issues is not happening. And should that happen, then other measures may need to be addressed.
There was also a discussion on a possible extra monument small sign on the ARCO property at that entrance.
We did look at the possibility of locating a sign there should the planning department approve it. It appears that a smaller sign may work in that, may not cause a sight distance issue, but we would ask that you look at that and evaluate that should, once more, the planning department approve that.
Mr. Brady? Oh, excuse me, Mr.
Quite all right.
Mr. Wyman.
To speak on the sign, moving the sign by McDonald's, unfortunately, per our sign code, that would basically be off-site signage, and per our current code, it's not allowed.
Did you have an opinion on the striping or anything?
I think that Mr. Smith made some great comments on that.
Any other questions on the mitigation as presented by the appellant? Very well, thank you. We'll call you back up as a final rebuttal. Do you have any other speakers on your side to kick off the hearing?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. We have an architect that is experienced in designing gas stations, and so he would provide a couple of comments.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Andrew Pastarco. I'm an architect and working for a company called Gasoline Retail Facilities Consulting, which is just a big name for gas stations. So that's our specialty, that's what we do. And we do other things too, but that's our major offering, designing gas stations. And I'm only addressing a very narrow issue, very simple one. Gas stations in general make their living from right turn in traffic. That's the simplest way, right turn in, right turn out. The customer who can make an easy, convenient right turn and return to the same place going on the same direction he's traveling, that's the main business of a gas station, and typically it is about 80% of the business that does that. The left turn is much more inconvenient, much more intimidating, and results in much less traffic. In this case, it's even more emphatic because Newport Road is a much bigger road than the Crossroad. Therefore, the business, Mr. Zada's business, takes its livelihood mainly from Newport Road. The point of entrance is a very singular situation where the new development would create gridlock. The people exiting from the new development would block the entrance to the gas station. And when that happens,
Sir, can you just back up from the microphone a little bit? It's easier to hear.
Oh, sorry, okay. So both the gas station traffic, who is trying to go to the gas station, and the traffic that goes into the new shopping center, they both make the right turn. And add these two traffic together, and let's say there's a guy trying to go into the gas station, but it's blocked by the people exiting the shopping center. That's called gridlock. And there has to be an anti-gridlock measure. Otherwise, the stacking that I mentioned from both the people that go to the shopping center and to the gas station, they're both going to stack in the same line. They're going to end up on Newport Road. The Newport Road, I think, is 50 miles per hour, and it's a huge liability for the city because it's very foreseeable, and at the same time, it's not being addressed. If you have a situation where cars stop in your lane and you're doing 50, that's not something you want to create. This kind of situation has to be avoided. So I just urge very strongly that you consider the anti-gridlock measure that the traffic engineer devised, and for safety reasons, and also for the livelihood of Mr. Zoller's business, because percentages mean a lot. If he loses 5% of his traffic, it might be 50% of his profitability. So it's a very complex situation, and it's fairly easy to address, and I just urge you to please pay attention to this particular point.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers for the appellant? Thank you very much. Hearing none, we'll hear from the applicant next.
with me just 1 second. Trying to put all my thoughts all together on this issue. Mr. Mayor, fellow councilmen and women.
State your name for the record, please.
Teddy Howie with Newport Road LP, representing the developer. I represent the owners which are trying to develop another project in the city of Menifee. To not waste more of the city's time, I will make my comments succinct. Tonight's appeal before the council is yet another series of delaying tactics from our neighbor, the Arco gas station, for us not to develop our building. These delays have not only cost our project more than $1,800 per day, but have also cost the city of Menifee a pizza restaurant, sales tax revenue, both permanent and temporary jobs, and staff resources in hearing such appeal. His appeal is simple. He believes our development should face additional requirements to the city's development standards that no other project, including himself, have faced. He believes that shifting our building further south to preserve his business visibility is his right, even though he does not own the land. I am confident in saying all of our design professionals worked closely with staff, have identified all of the requirements necessary in order to develop such a project, and allowing our neighbor to continue to block development has not only delayed our ability to move forward, but has been harmful to the overall vision for the city of Menifee. Quite frankly, I can't understand how so many holes are being poked at and they're being resolved by something that has nothing to do with what they're stating. By me shifting a building south, all of these other issues go away. That just doesn't jive. I have our design team here to answer any questions you guys have. I can bring our attorney. She has a couple comments on the Cal Neva specific plan that was brought up in question. Thank you.
Mr. August.
Quick question. You heard the conversation about the stop sign. You heard the comments from our city engineer. Is that stop sign a major problem for you?
I guess the only way to answer that, sir, is we've met with the appellant multiple times, and we've tried to come to an agreement. Okay. And every time we've offered things that were either difficult or hard or easy for us to do, something else came up.
Okay.
One example was lower the elevation on your building. What does that have anything to do with our project? And we said, we'll look at it. So this is just another attempt to saying, well, if we agree to something like that, how do we know that the appellant will not do something at the last minute like they have in the past?
Is that a no?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hemue. We'll hear from your attorney.
Good evening. Ann Moore at 525 B Street, San Diego, California. First of all, I wanted to specifically talk about this Cal Neva specific plan. The project is located in Planning Unit 3-5. The specific plan does not specifically require Planning Unit 3-5 to be developed under one plot plan. It references Planning Unit 3-4. Mr. Olivo is speculating that what was meant by referencing Planning Unit 3-4 was really Planning Unit 3-5. However, what he failed to inform the council is the fact that it's already Planning Unit 3-5 is almost half developed at this point. There is a McDonald's, a car wash, and in fact, the appellant's gas station that is located on Planning Unit 3-5 now. So to require the Planning Unit 3-5 to be developed under one plot plan would be fruitless and really not necessary since it's already partially, at least halfway developed at this point. It also, I would say, probably be impractical because if the appellant refused to go along with the plot plan, it could prevent my client from being able to ever process a plot plan through the city and to be able to ever develop his site. And and it also shows that the city and the county have consistently interpreted the CalNEVA specific plan, that particular reference to Planning Unit 3-4 is in fact does not apply to this particular Planning Unit 3-5. So for those reasons, we feel that that is not a relevant argument. And there are plenty of court cases that give broad discretion to the legislative body to interpret their own ordinances and their general plan and their specific plans. So there is a broad discretion on your part to be able to interpret your specific plan the way you feel is appropriate based upon the evidence that's presented to you. And there's been plenty of past history that shows that you interpreted this particular reference to Planning Unit 3-4 as not applying to Planning Unit 3-5. So I hope that's not too confusing. It's, okay, great. And with respect to the MND, the land use and the project is consistent with both the zoning and the land use designations that are set forth in the specific plan. So based upon that, there is nothing different with respect to what was analyzed in that respect in CalNEVA's EIR that was originally certified by the county. And it was, therefore, this project was, in fact, properly analyzed under a mitigated neg deck. So if there's any questions, then I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Any questions from council? Are there any other speakers for the applicant? You still have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Charlene So with Urban Crossroads. I am the traffic consultant for the applicant. I just wanted to address a couple key points that were brought up by the other traffic consultant. In terms of not evaluating enough background growth in our analysis, as the team pointed out, because of the consistency with the specific plan, we weren't required to do or evaluate long-range conditions, but we did evaluate near-term conditions. And the amount of traffic that we assumed was quite conservative. The most recent SCAG RTP projects growth for the city of Menifee to be around 1.42% for the population, 2.99% for employment, and 1.90% for households on an annual basis between 2012 and 2040. Just to give you an example, our analysis for opening year cumulative conditions assumes an average of 21.5% annual growth when you consider all the analysis locations, and not any less than 5.45% at one particular location. So it's quite conservative in terms of the amount of growth that we assumed. As far as the queuing analysis, the concerns with not evaluating the driveway that is between the ARCO and the proposed project, we went ahead and evaluated as part of a response to comments letter during the Planning Commission hearing, and found that the queuing at that driveway exiting out wasn't more than 76 feet. And that would not block the full driveway. The throat length between Newport and the driveway opening is 50 feet, plus the additional 50 feet for the width of the driveway itself is approximately 100 feet. So our analysis found that at any time we weren't going to be blocking that driveway with exiting traffic, and that includes not only traffic from our project, but also existing traffic that is there today.
Thank you. For the record, could you please state the acronyms SCAG and RTP? I know what they are, but could you please share with everybody what those are?
SCAG is the Southern California Association of Governments, and RTP is the Regional Transportation Plan.
Thank you.
And the most current one was just published in earlier this year.
Thank you. Mr. Leesmeyer?
Ms. So, while I appreciate your thoroughness and everything, I think a lot of your numbers and percentages probably flew over most of this council's head. So can you kind of summarize what those growth rates mean as far as traffic impacts go to that driveway, and what sort of traffic numbers we're looking at peak?
I think the traffic analysis is, what we're trying to say is that it's very conservative in what we evaluated in light of what the RTP is saying is projected for the region. So by no means is our opening year cumulative conditions that we evaluated for 2019 conditions understated. We're saying that our growth is not only in line with the projected growth on an annual basis, but far exceeds what's planned. So it was very conservative in nature in terms of the potential impacts and mitigation that we've identified.
You're not going to block Newport Road?
No.
And I understand as long as the rest of the council does.
Mr. August?
You probably, I don't know if it's relevant, but that whole driveway and the driveway, whose property is that on?
I believe it is private property.
Whose property there?
It's owned by the applicant.
Your property. And the driveway is 50 feet wide?
The driveway, the throat length between Newport and the opening to the Arco driveway is 50 feet, plus the opening itself for
Yeah.
the Arco driveway is another 50 feet.
So how, if cars are coming down the road, how much driveway is there for the people turning right off of Newport? 100 feet or 50 feet?
It's the people who are making the full length of the throat actually goes all the way down to 200 feet if you go all the way down
Yeah,
to
but
the
how many people
adjacent
can
access road.
turn through the driveway to take a left or a right? That driveway is 50 feet wide?
Correct. So you would, our analysis found that any time, the
Feet,
most
yeah.
queuing we would have there is 76 feet. So at any given time, you would probably, at basically the worst case condition, you would have at least 25 feet of that 50-foot driveway still open at all times.
Okay, so, and the road is maintained by the shops, the owners and the owner of the shops at Newport? That driveway, that access road
Yes,
is?
the shared access. Mhm.
Okay, so some of the people going into Arco actually use his road to do it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council, I just want to remind Council that with the future CIP for the improvements along Newport Road, we are adding a third lane on Newport in front of this project, and that was taken into consideration when staff reviewed the analysis by Urban Crossroads. And I just want to point out that project's going to be improving that area and reducing the queue.
Save me a question. Mr. Leesmeyer?
What does that striping look like, Jonathan? Does that come out of the interior of the road, or does it come out from the shoulder?
It'll come out from the shoulder. It's 3 through lanes through that project area.
So the width is coming out of the shoulder, effectively kind of eliminating, if any, whatever bike lane was there?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. August?
Question, do you anticipate any traffic going west on Newport, turning left into that driveway, and can we do that? Can people do that?
No, there's a median, I
It's a
believe.
painted median.
Okay, they cannot.
No.
Okay, and I will tell you the way that I come down there from Bradley. You just come across Bradley and take a right into it off of Bradley, and a lot of people do that. And I see that myself. That's what I always do, so. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers for the applicant? Very well. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this item?
I'm not sure. I have a speaker request form from Michael Pauls, and I don't know what item that's for.
He's with
Okay,
Okay.
then, no, that's it.
Is that you, sir? Yes. Okay, so there are no other public speakers for this item?
No, they're not.
Then, Mr. Olivo, we'll hear your rebuttal.
Appreciate that. Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, first of all, it's inappropriate to personally attack my client. I think it's immature to make those statements. Obviously, development is good for the city of Menifee. You know, we all agree upon that. You know, the fact that the developers are incurring costs, well, that's just business. So there's no need to personally attack my client for, you know, trying to protect his business. You know, that's his right, and any one of you would do the same thing. Secondly, you know, it's easy to say here, you know, by counsel for the developer that you have all the discretion in the world. You do not. You do not have all the discretion in the world to decide, you know, what it is that, you know, specific plan says. We are correct on our interpretation of the specific plan. The sections that we've cited to, and first of all, that specific plan is a little bit obtuse. I think it's several hundred pages long, very difficult to get through, and it was adopted by the county and then adopted by the city. But the references that we've cited to clearly relate to the commercial retail component of the specific plan, and we are correct on that. And if she wants to say that you have the right to interpret that however you want, and you want to believe that, that's your choice, but we'll find out whether or not that's true when a judge decides it. Because I really do not believe that any court case or that has been decided would give you that discretion. And you may not like the way that I say it, but it's true. We will take this to court and have the court decide that issue if necessary. It's clear that the specific plan indicates that it will be decided and addressed in one single plot plan. And the issues about the environmental analysis have not been properly addressed. I looked at the staff report, which was not readily available to the public. It does not address that issue for you. So I don't mean to be belligerent in my closing, but I also take some offense to the way that the developer has presented their position in this case. We try to be as friendly as possible in presenting our issues. We ask that you consider them. He has made those requests not out of a desire to somehow thwart development here. That's not the case. We would like it all to proceed appropriately, but he has to protect his interests. I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional questions from council for the speakers before we close the public hearing? Hearing none, thank you very much. The public hearing is closed at time 8:42. We're inside the rail. Council, where are we at with questions, additional questions from staff? Mr. August?
I just want to, let me go ahead and go first here, Mr.
Pushing the mute button.
I are a college graduate. Okay. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I want to let everybody know, and both sides, both parties in this thing, that I did review the June 8th Planning Commission meeting, and I did consult today with Lisa Gordon from our planning staff, not Ms. Harrison, regarding Mr. Zeta's concerns and opposition and differences and correspondence, some of the correspondence regarding this matter. And I do want to commend the Planning Commission for giving this what I believe to be a full and fair and thoughtful hearing. And as Mr. Mann referred to earlier, it was a 4-0 decision. I mean, that's what's being approving the site, and that was what we're appealing tonight. Unfortunately, I did notice at the Planning Commission there was some frustration between the appellant and the developer, and we see a little bit of that here tonight, and that's unfortunate. They were, let's see. So, with that question, I think I understand the issues fairly clear, but I do want to ask some questions, and I'm going to start out because it's most recently. We just heard from the attorney, and I want to ask Mr. Melching, since a judge in a court has been threatened, so I do want you to address that for us, and then I have a couple of other questions for the staff.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem August. First, if you'll allow me to go on a diversion before answering your question directly, one of the first things that the appellant's counsel said was that he questioned my participation in the proceeding. For the record, I did not have a hand in preparing the materials as they went to the Planning Commission. I did not have a hand in preparing the staff report and the staff analysis on this. I have not provided any advice to city staff about the presentation of this item. My role here is to be an advisor to you as you consider this appeal. And I've been walled off of the thing entirely up till now. With regard to the threat of litigation, as I understood it, the threat of litigation arose from the interpretation of the specific plan. You heard the applicant's counsel speak about the issue. This is the issue about the references to sections 3-4 and 3-5 of the specific plan. I've reviewed the applicant's attorney's letter on this, which is in line with her verbal comments tonight. I think There are a couple of compelling facts that really sort of weigh in favor of the applicant's interpretation, based on what I've heard. And those compelling facts, which all I'm doing is repeating what was said here, are the fact that there have been 3 other projects processed within this planning area, not subject to the one overall plot plan requirement that is being alleged should be imposed here. And those projects, as I understand it, one of those projects was approved by the county, and two by the county, and then one more project approved by this council or this city in 2012. And so certainly the past interpretations that have gone unchallenged, including an interpretation that favored the applicant, are somewhat relevant in the council's consideration of this item. To the threat of litigation, more generally, I would say that it is true that after the city council's determination that the appellant's right is to attempt to reverse the city council's decision through a judicial proceeding, and he seemed fairly stern in his belief that that's where this was headed. I'm not sure if I've answered your question fully. I'm happy to take a follow-up if you'd like.
Sure, you've answered it, okay. Let me follow that up by asking a couple of other questions, and I'll direct this one to, oh, there she is, Ms. Harrison. Let me refer to a couple of comments that came from the appellate's attorney, and just answer, you can briefly answer them in a yes or no or whatever you want, okay?
Okay.
And one of them is that he makes a statement that neither the public notification nor the project application includes parcel number 3600300036. Is that true or correct?
Both parcels were noticed properly.
Okay. I do want to take 1 second. I want to direct this to Mr. Jonathan Smith. A traffic study analyzing the impact on the project is shockingly deficient. So could you tell me whether it's shockingly deficient, or sufficient?
It's sufficient.
Okay. The project violates CEQA by inappropriately splitting larger lots into pieces, so to avoid the compensation and comprehensive analysis of the entire project's possible impacts on the environment. Did you already answer that for us, Mr. Melching?
A couple of comments on that, Mayor Pro Tem August. First, the entire specific plan area was analyzed in the Calneva specific plan EIR. There are allegations that the Calneva specific plan EIR is too old, but that's quite different from the question whether the overall project was analyzed from an environmental standpoint. Second, in practice under the California Environmental Quality Act, the question whether piecemealing exists turns in large respect on whether the project being approved has what they call independent utility. And so the question then becomes, does this project sort of standing on its own merits make sense? Or does it only make sense if more development occurs later? And based on the nature of this project, it certainly seems as though there's a good argument that this project has its own independent utility, which would make it not piecemealing, to be clear.
Okay, thank you. Two more questions, Mr. Mayor. The appellant states that the project, the drive-through violates the Menifee Municipal Code. Do you see any evidence of that? The drive-through window will interfere with the free and orderly circulation of the parking area. Did you find that?
No, we did not find that.
Okay. Does this project, I'll ask you this one as well, does this project violate the Calneva specific plan, in your opinion?
That would be a planning question.
In planning's opinion, the project is consistent with the Calneva specific plan.
Is it your opinion this project requires a variance?
No.
Okay. Last question. Severe, and I understand the appellant's concern about congestion and all that, circulation and all that. I do get that. So that's all the questions I'm going to have for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Sobek?
Thank you. Mr. Wyman, could you clarify when we talked about the monument sign earlier? I wasn't addressing the monument sign that the developer wants on his property. It was a question if ARCO would be able to have a small monument sign at that access road on their property added.
So just so I understand your question, you're asking if the ARCO owner can have a sign on the applicant's property?
So, no.
Okay.
No.
I'm not
So,
understanding your
so when I talked with the ARCO representative, they explained to me that, as it was said earlier, that gas stations don't make money off of profit, it's volume. And so it was important to have that access in, easy out to a gas station. So the question that was brought to me is, on the paper that I received, was could possibly the ARCO station have an extra monument sign at that road access on their own property?
That would have to be evaluated.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I don't really know. We'd have to look at the sign code and see if it would work within that. The ARCO would have to submit an application for that sign, and it would have to be evaluated through the various departments.
But it would be possible. Would it be possible?
It would have to be reviewed.
Okay, okay.
I can't really say right now without an application, without looking at the current signs they have and how that may.
But it's something they could apply for.
They certainly could apply for it.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, I didn't catch Teddy's last name, I'm sorry.
Hamui.
How do you say it?
Hamui.
Hamui. Well, Teddy, now I know why you go by Teddy. But you know what? We want both of your businesses to be successful in our city. We don't want you to lose.
Excuse me just for a second. We're
Addressing staff?
Yes,
Okay,
we closed
so-
the public hearing.
Okay, so, then I don't know how to ask this question. The next question I have, because of a comment that was made by the developer.
Guidance, Mr. Attorney?
You have the latitude to allow an additional question to the applicant, or to the appellant or the applicant. I'm not sure which one in your instance. Or you have also the latitude, should you choose to briefly reopen the public hearing. But it is in the discretion of the chair.
Why don't you ask the question, and we'll see if staff
Okay.
can answer it first without reopening the public hearing.
Thank you. So, the ARCO owner requested a keep clear marking on the pavement, but I believe I understood Teddy not willing to allow that. I believe it would be a give and a win-win. I don't believe it would affect the new property, but yet it would make the ARCO owner pleased to be able to have that. So that was,
Yeah, thank you. I recall Mr. Smith actually answering that from a staff perspective, saying that his preference, who's our city engineer, which would be to have the business open and see exactly what the queuing impact is on that driveway and the access going left. Isn't that what you said earlier?
I said that the proposal for the sign and the added striping to keep that section clear would be an improvement that could improve circulation, and that if it were installed, we would review it as after the business opens to make sure that the claim of the appellant about the queuing of the traffic further into the site would not happen.
I'm going to reopen the public hearing at time 8:55. Mr. Hamui, could you come up and address Councilmember Sobek's question? The specific question, if I might restate, while you're walking to the podium, did you in fact ever entertain that concession to the AM/PM owner to have the keep clear paint sign on the road, on the access road, and that stop sign?
When we met multiple times, we spoke about that. We spoke about the signage issue as well, and the signage is not allowed on off-site signage. But what I said before is every time we tried to work with him, something else moved. There was another moving piece. So if the appellant is willing to work with us and willing to support the project, then we can sit down and seriously think about putting the striping in the stop sign. But I feel like every time we've tried to lend a hand, I got my arm bitten off.
Okay.
To say it lightly.
Did it answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
We don't make that a condition.
Uh-uh. Closing the hearing at 8:56. Mr. Leesmeyer.
Thank you. Yeah, I find it odd that their attorney is citing one thing about this problem, about this project having some illegal action going on through review of the CEQA document and things like that, but their mitigation measures don't compensate for that. Their mitigation measures only further exacerbate the problem. It's not, in my world, you break the law, or you don't break the law. So I don't understand how their mitigation measures somehow justify in their mind the ability for them to skirt around what they perceive as being an illegal action. So just whatever. I feel like, well, obviously the appellant has already made the case that he's going to take this up to the Riverside Court to appeal the decision of the council. I wonder if the council would consider adding the striping to the project, so that when they do approach the Riverside Court system, they can see that Mr. Hamui has made an effort to try and reconcile some of these issues. The city engineers opined and said that it would make an improvement. I don't know how we revisit the traffic study later on without requiring it somehow. We'd need to create a triggering mechanism to restudy that later. So, I mean, at this time, I'm considering, would the council consider adding the striping to alleviate the traffic concern there?
The striping and the stop sign, or just the striping?
Well, the stop sign would help keep it clear. Jonathan mentioned that they would monitor that for the next month once that's in there to see if that's actually needed.
Well, I would defer to the city engineer on that, because I believe, in some of my past experience, a stop sign on private property is not enforceable by the city's municipal codes.
That is correct.
So, putting a stop sign there, the police aren't going to do anything about it anyway. All it's going to do is create a legal challenge for somebody later in the future if there's an accident and, hey, he didn't stop there, blah, blah, blah. So I'm in favor of just putting the striping in there to keep it clear, as you would in front of a fire department or fire station or anything like that. There's never an extra stoplight. It's just keep clear, plain and simple. Is that something that the applicant would be considered to have added to the project? Stripe out the opening and write down keep clear.
The stop sign would add queuing.
Correct.
And it would stack.
And I'm not proposing the queuing. I'm sorry, the stop sign.
I'm going to open the public hearing again at 8:59. Could you please come to the microphone and state that for the record?
Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Hamui, my question was, would you be amenable to adding striping and the words "keep clear" to the entrance to the ARCO station as it comes off of the common driveway?
Yes, I would.
Thank you very much. Is the appellant, Mr. Olivo, still here? Yes. Could you please come and address the council on that concession, that mitigation?
Well, it is part of what we'd requested, so I mean, I'm not going to object to that.
Very well. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions from council to the appellant or the applicant? I mean, there's a great question, and those were, it needed to be done. I sense that that was a possible compromise anyway. Anything else? All right. The hearing is closed for the third time at 9:01. And so, Mr. Melching or anybody from staff, how would we, if the council had a desire to codify that keep clear sign on the pavement, how would one of these resolutions need to be modified from the dais?
I'll defer to staff, but I believe it would be the plot plan resolution. And if the council will simply give us direction to modify the resolution 15-546, this I'm looking at the screen right now, to augment it to say that we are denying the appeal, but adding a condition to plot plan number 2015-99, and then we will, in the appropriate place in the resolution, insert the condition as articulated by Councilmember Leesmeyer.
Thank you very much. Is there any more discussion amongst council? Would someone like to make that amended motion, or excuse me, an augmented motion to, first of all, we can take both of these in same motion, yes?
You can.
So we could entertain a motion to adopt both of these resolutions with the augment regarding the striping.
Correct.
Would someone like to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Mr. August, second by Mr. Leesmeyer. And call the roll.
Councilmember Sobek?
Aye.
Councilmember Denver? Mayor Pro Tem August? Councilmember Leesmeyer?
Aye.
Mayor Mann?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. This concludes agenda item 11.1. Thank you all very much. What I would like to do is, we have 5 more public hearings. What I'd like to do is go through them, and because I think they'll go fairly smoothly and efficiently, and then we'll do a brief recess before we hear the balance of the agenda. Does that sound acceptable to everybody? All right, on to agenda item 11.2, Canyon Cove Pacific Plan Substantial Conformance Determination. Staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Mr. Wyman has the balance of the item.
And if we could have the easel and the schematic removed or relocated, this one here in front of us.
Did we lose our appellant?
Is it? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Agenda item 11.2 is the Canyon Cove Specific Plan Substantial Conformance Determination Number 2 and Change of Zone. The general plan designation of the current site is the Canyon Cove Specific Plan Number 282. The land is currently vacant. To the north, east, and west of the site is the Audie Murphy Ranch Specific Plan Number 209. Canyon Cove is directly adjacent to Audie Murphy Ranch. And to the south of the subject site is rural residential 5-acre minimum, as well as the city of Lake Elsinore, and that land is vacant as well. This graphic here shows you the Canyon Cove Specific Plan land use map. The item before you specifically addresses planning areas 3 and 4. Planning application number 2016-073, Substantial Conformance Determination Number 2 to Specific Plan 282 proposes to modify the front yard setbacks of residential planning areas number 3 and 4 to the following: 20-foot front yard setback for 2-story homes, 15-foot front yard setback for 1-story homes. All front-facing garages shall have a minimum 20-foot front yard setback. This applies to both 1- and 2-story homes. All side-loaded garages shall have a minimum 15-foot front yard setback, which also applies to 1- and 2-story homes. The proposal also includes a reduction in the minimum average lot width for planning area 3 from 60 feet to 55 feet. Planning application change of zone number 2016-127 proposes to change the zoning ordinance of the specific plan in order to account for the modifications to the front yard setbacks as well as the minimum lot width. Track map 32025 was approved for planning areas 3 and 4 in the Canyon Cove specific plan by the County of Riverside. The master developer has now sold off the lots to builders who will process the housing product and build the homes on the lots within the tract. The modifications to the front yard setbacks will provide a number of benefits to the project, including but not limited to creating more variety in the streetscape and reducing the amount of landscaping in the front yard in order to reduce water usage, which is consistent with current mandates. Revising the minimum lot width requirement for planning area 3 will provide consistency amongst the development standards for the planning areas, as the County of Riverside approved the minimum lot size at 5,500 for planning area 3, 5,500 square feet. At the June 22nd, 2016 Planning Commission, the Commission adopted a resolution to recommend to the City Council approval of planning application number 2016-073 for substantial conformance determination number 2 to specific plan number 282, and also adopted a resolution to recommend to the City Council approval of change of zone 2016-127 to update the zoning ordinance of the specific plan 282. With that, staff recommends the City Council conduct the public hearing, adopt resolution 16-547, approving planning application number 2016-073 for substantial conformance determination number 2 to specific plan number 282 Canyon Cove, approving modified front yard setbacks for planning areas 3 and 4, and the minimum average lot width for planning area 3, subject to the conditions of approval and based upon the findings and conclusions incorporated in the resolution. Then introduce ordinance number 2016-094, approving change of zone number 2016-127 to change the zoning ordinance of the specific plan number 282 Canyon Cove, and schedule for second reading and adoption on August 17th. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Do we have any questions on this item? Thank you. Hearing none, I will go ahead and open up the public hearing at time 9:08. Madam Clerk, was this properly noticed, and do we receive any correspondence on this?
Yes, this public hearing was legally noticed, and we do not have any correspondence that we received.
Do we have any public speakers on this item?
Yes, we do. First up is Joel Morris, followed by Adrian Peters.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Joel Morse, T&B Planning, 17542 East 17th Street, Tustin, representing the applicant Brookfield Homes in this action. We have read the staff report. We're comfortable with the findings of staff and request that you move on their recommendations. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Adrian Peters.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, and staff. I really want to show my appreciation for the team in working with us. Canyon Cove's been a kind of an interesting track because it was never originally part of the Audie Murphy specific plan, but when Brookfield acquired it several years later, we integrated it into the Audie Murphy Ranch project, but it still was its own separate specific plan. That was a little bit of an oddity that we didn't think too much about until we recorded the maps, sold the lots, invited some builders to build some homes here, and they said, gee, did you realize that the site design standards are a little bit different for Canyon Cove than they are for Audie Murphy Ranch? So we've worked with staff, we worked with Bob and Tamara and Jeff and Lisa on crafting some design standards that really work for our builders that are building architecture that's really going to work in 2016 and beyond. We like the siding garages. We want to encourage single-story homes. So it gives our builders a lot more flexibility, brings the Canyon Cove project more in compliance with the intent of Audie Murphy Ranch. And so, again, as Joel mentioned, we're here to answer any questions, but we appreciate staff's hard work, and we look forward to an affirmative vote this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other speakers?
No, there are no more speakers.
I'll close the public hearing at time 9:10. Is there any discussion amongst the council on this item? If not, I'll entertain Mr. Leesmeyer.
This is another project by Brookfield. Brookfield builds some pretty beautiful homes, and I'm excited to see this come forward. I mean, I think this is a great idea to be flexible with some of these setbacks, to offer some variation. So with that, I'll make a motion that we adopt Resolution 16547 approving the plot plan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please. Seconded by Mr. August.
Mayor Pro Tem August. Councilmember Leesmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek. Councilmember Denver. Mayor Mann.
Aye, thank you. Madam Clerk, would you read the title of the ordinance?
Yes. Ordinance number 2016-094, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Menifee amending County Land Use Ordinance number 348 as adopted by the city upon incorporation relating to zoning.
Is there a motion to introduce?
I will make that motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Leesmeyer, second by Mr. August. Call the roll.
Councilmember Leesmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver. Mayor Pro Tem August. Mayor Mann.
Aye. Thank you very much, everybody. On to agenda item 11.3, consideration of annexation number 7, territory to be annexed to a CFD number 2015-2. Staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Jonathan Smith will have the balance of the next two items.
Thank you, City Manager. Tonight for your consideration is the annexation of Track 36788 into the City of Menifee Maintenance Service CFD 2015-2. Excuse me. The track is located at the westerly end of Garbani, west of Sherman Road. Staff recommendations are as follows. Hold the public hearing, adopt resolution number 16-550 calling the election. Hold a special landowner election and canvass the election. Adopt resolution number 16-551 declaring results of the special landowner election. And that upon approval of the preceding resolutions, the City Council amend ordinance number 2015-173 and order the levy and collection of special taxes in CFD number 2015-2, and that the City Council introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only of ordinance number 2016-195 and ordinance amending ordinance number 2015-173 and levying and appropriating the special tax in CFD 2015-2.
Thank you. Do we have any questions at this point? Hearing none, the public hearing is open, time 9:13. Was this properly noticed?
Yes, it was. And we have not received any correspondence.
Thank you. And do we have any public testimony on this item?
No, we do not.
Do we have any persons registered to vote in the territory of the district it affects?
No, we do not.
The owners of all the taxable property in the district, have they consented to holding a special election on August 3rd, tonight, immediately following the public hearing?
Yes.
Do you concur that the special election may be held this evening immediately following the hearing?
Yes.
Very good. Close the public hearing at time 9:14. We have a motion to adopt Resolution 16550.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Do we need to do a roll call vote, or do we can do it by acclamation?
Do it by acclamation.
Are there any objections? The resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, have you received the official ballot and other election materials from the landowner who can cast a vote on behalf of the owners of all the property included in the territory to be annexed?
Yes, I have.
And have you canvassed the election return ballots, and do you declare the results and file the certificate of election?
Yes, I have received the official ballot, and the vote is yes.
I declare the election results as ascertained by the canvass of the returned ballots. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 16-551?
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Leesmeyer. Is there a second? Second by Mr. August. Are there any objections? That resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title of the ordinance?
That's what I don't have in front Yes.
This is the amending ordinance.
She's the title.
Yeah, do you have that?
Ordinance. Yes, it's on page 736. One moment, Mayor. No. The title, Mayor, is an ordinance amending ordinance number 2015-173 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2017-18 to pay the annual costs of the maintenance and servicing of streetlights, parks, parkways, streets, roads, and open space, the operation and maintenance of storm drainage systems, a reserve fund for capital replacement and administrative expenses with respect to the City of Menifee Community Facilities District Number 2015-2 for maintenance services.
Thank you. Is there a motion to introduce the amended ordinance?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Leesmeyer, second by Mr. August. Roll call vote on the ordinance, please.
Mayor Pro Tem August.
Aye.
Councilmember Leesmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver. Mayor Mann.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
We have another annexation. How are we doing on time, council?
Good.
Okay. Consideration of annexation number 11, territory to be annexed to CFD number 2015-2.
Mr. Smith?
There you go. Additionally, for your consideration tonight is the annexation of tracks 34406-4 and 33406-5, Heritage Lake. The tract is located north of McCall Boulevard and west of Briggs Road. Staff's recommendations are as follow. Hold public hearing, adopt resolution number 16-548, calling the election, hold a special land order election, canvass the election, adopt resolution number 16-549, declaring results of special landowner election, that upon approval of the preceding resolutions, the City Council amend ordinance number 2015-173 and order the levying collection of special taxes in CFD 2015-2, and that the City Council introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only of ordinance number 2016-195 and ordinance amending ordinance number 2015-173 and levying and appropriating the special tax in CFD number 2015-2.
Thank you. Are there any questions of council? Hearing none, public hearing is open at time 9:18. Madam Clerk, was this properly noticed and we received any correspondence?
Yes, it was legally noticed, and there are no correspondence.
Do we have public commenters?
No public comment.
Are there any persons registered to vote in the territory of the district?
No, there are not.
Are the owners of the taxable property in district, have they consented to holding a special election on this evening?
Yes, they have.
And do you concur that the special election may proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing at time 9:19.
Motion to adopt resolution 16548.
Thank you. Is there a second? Are there any objections? Hearing none, that resolution is adopted. Madam Clerk, have you received official ballots and other election material from the landowners who can cast their vote on behalf of the owners of all the property included?
Yes, I have.
And have you canvassed the election of the returned ballots, and do you declare the results of the files of the certificate of election results?
Yes, I have received the official ballot and declare the vote is yes.
Very well. I declare the election results are as ascertained by the canvass of the returned ballots. We have a motion for resolution 16-549.
Move.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any objection? That resolution is adopted. Could you read the title of the amended ordinance, please?
Mayor, I'll take it again. This is an ordinance amending ordinance number 2015-173 and levying special taxes to be collected during fiscal year 2017-18 to pay the annual costs of the maintenance and servicing of streets, streetlights, parks, parkways, streets, roads, and open space, the operation and maintenance of storm drainage systems, a reserve fund for capital replacement, and administrative expenses with respect to the City of Menifee Community Facilities District number 2015-2 for maintenance services.
Thank you. Is there a motion to introduce the amended ordinance? Motion by Mr. Leesmeyer, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Denver. Mayor Pro Tem August. Councilmember Leesmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek.
Aye.
Mayor Mann.
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda item 11.5, special assessments for unpaid trash collection services. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Your Finance Director, Bruce Foltz, has the balance of the item.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, City Council. I'll be very brief as we head down the home stretch here of our first half of the meeting. Staff recommends City Council hold a public hearing, take comments from the community regarding placing delinquent trash accountants on the county property tax roll and adopt Resolution 16540, confirming special assessments for unpaid unpaid trash collection services. We're talking about placing 1,848 accounts on the county property tax roll. This would collect just over $846,000. And that concludes my report.
Any questions of staff? Hearing none, I'll open the public hearing at time 9:22. Was this properly noticed, and have we received any correspondence?
It was legally noticed, and we do not have any correspondence.
Do we have any public speakers tonight on this item?
There are no public speakers.
Very well. I'll close the public hearing at time 9:22. And is there a motion? Is there any discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion to introduce, a motion to adopt Resolution 16-540?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Leesmeyer, second by Ms. Sobek. Is there any objections? The resolution is adopted. Thank you. On to 11.6, confirming costs of abating the nuisance conditions at 23831 Kennedy Lane, abatement costs. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Craig Carlson, your acting building official, code enforcement director, will have the balance of the item.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff is recommending resolution number 16-556, confirming the cost of abating the nuisance conditions at 23831 Kennedy Lane. The structures at 23831 Kennedy Lane in the community of Quail Valley have been vacant since 2010. The property first came to the attention of code enforcement when the lending institution for the property filed a foreclosure registration form with the city. Since then, code enforcement has initiated 11 code enforcement cases against the property for violations of Menifee Municipal Code, including several cases for graffiti, unpermitted occupancy, squatters, and property maintenance. The city records show the property owners as Efren Torres and Rosa Torres. The city has provided the owners numerous notices of violations since 2011, but the owners have failed to bring the property into compliance. On January 6, 2016, City Council adopted resolution number 16-493, declaring the property a public nuisance and ordering that the violations be abated by way of demolition. The demolition process of the structures began on April 19, 2016, and concluded on April 20, 2016. Code enforcement has incurred costs for labor hours necessary for the investigation of these violations, as well as abatement costs to correct these violations in addition to city attorney fees. A copy of the cost report's been prepared by code enforcement. You have it at your viewing pleasure. Also, at this time, the city staff has documented costs for abatement of the violations. Adoption of confirmed statement of expense report will allow the city to recover incurred costs in the amount of $48,592.52. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Are there any questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve resolution number 16-556, confirming the cost and abating nuisance conditions at this property?
I don't know that you opened
Oh,
the
wait,
public
I'm
hearing.
sorry. Open the public hearing at time 9:25. Was this properly noticed, and have we received correspondence?
Yes, it was noticed properly, and we did not receive any correspondence.
Do we have any public testimony?
We do not.
Thank you. Close the public hearing at 9:26.
I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution 16-556, confirming the cost of abating the nuisance.
A second?
Thank you. And roll call vote on this one.
Councilmember Leesmeyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek?
Aye.
Councilmember Denver? Mayor Pro Tem August? Mayor Mann?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right, good job, everybody. What we're going to do is we're going to take a recess for 10 minutes. So we'll reconvene at time 9:36, thereabouts. But before we break, for all the public commenters on 12.1, we're going to take a staff report, then we're going to have questions from council to staff, and then we'll open it up for comments on 12.1, and we'll go from there. Sound fair? All right, we're recessed until 9:36 approximately. We are reconvened from a brief recess. We are on to agenda item 12.1, review of Menifee survey results and consider the adoption of resolutions related to the placement of a transaction use or sales tax to be submitted to the electorate at the general municipal election on November 8, 2016. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Just some opening thoughts and introduction about the report. I've stated this many times before, and the council is going to be seeing some material that we provided several times over the course of 12 to 14 of the previous months. But currently, as the city manager, I love everything about what we're doing in this city. I love the fact that we were able to create new policy, the new EDC, the general plan, the new development that's going on, the CIP programs, we got construction going everywhere. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but at times when we come through a struggle and we're looking at trying to find an alternative solution that's not real positive to many people, I tend to drive around the city and look at all the positive things that are going on, the new parks, amenities, shopping, our incredible staff finding a way to do more with less, the council's clear direction and support from the inception of the incorporation of the city, the creation of a Menifee way of doing business and doing it business-friendly. It's a little difficult when you have a limited staff, but we attempt to be as business-friendly as we possibly can regarding how many staff we actually have employed. It's like when you start talking about your children and you want more for them, but you're just not sure how they're going to turn out without the right tools and the right opportunities. The city's seen the following in every year of its existence and still pushed through to build a wonderful community. We've seen increased costs of doing business. We've seen police and fire increases. We've seen our road money reduced. We've seen our traffic increase. We've seen our population skyrocket. We've seen new businesses opening and infrastructure financing assistance very, very difficult to get. We have many needs, and our residents deserve the best from our growing and beautiful city. The background of this issue is very complicated, so I put a complicated slide together. We've had a roller coaster of budget issues. We first identified those in 2012 and 13 budget. On the right-hand side, my slide I like to use, riding the wave of odd versus even years. Initially, we attributed it to the VLF loss, and that's a huge portion. The governor vetoed the bill to return VLF to the cities twice. We're going through a third opportunity now. We don't probably see that coming to fruition until we have a new governor. But now we're combined with annual public safety increases. We've seen those increases of 19% over the last 3 years alone in the police, and fire services have gone about 5% a year. Further constricted, obviously, by the state takeaway of gas tax. Riverside County was just reduced over $10 million, which bleeds down to us. We get a portion of that based on population. But going back to council priorities back in January of 2015, you set a clear direction and path for staff to follow and how we're to build and develop our community and our amenities. And those were based on 5 really consensus priorities on a legacy workshop. Economic development, which you can see as you drive through town. Public safety, financial stability, public facilities, master plans, and policy setting. On June 1st of 2016, at the budget workshop, Bruce Foltz, the city finance director, and I reviewed the proposed budget, operating budget with City Council, and we provided an overview of some projected budget shortfalls, roughly $2.5 million in revenue. Menifee loses another $4.45 million in vehicle license fee revenue in 2016 and has lost $20 million plus since incorporation. Our expenses were reduced by $4.7 million. We did that as a staff team in 2015 and 16, and another $2.3 million to attempt to balance this year's current 2016-17 budget. Our public safety costs have continued to increase. Last year, police 7.49% and fire by 5%, and they've increased every year since incorporation. Today, at a meeting, contract meeting with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, we were told to expect increases of 5 to 6% for this year that we're already in. Those will come to us in March or April. They will be retroactive to July 1. That's how those are calculated. The city has no control over the rising cost of public safety other than reducing staffing levels of police and fire, dropping really the quality of life. We must identify alternative revenue sources in addition to securing the return of our state VLF, other than property tax and sales tax, and develop fees, development fees in order to provide a long-term solution to solving our annual revenue deficit. Our annual operating budget cannot sustain continuous cuts without severely reducing services to residents, which is very difficult because our population continues to increase, which diminishes the quality of life for residents. Going back to April 20th at the post-mid-year revenue discussion, we identified the need for additional revenue and provided a report on the revenue sources used to fund existing and future services such as public safety, road and street repair, and public infrastructure improvements. The cost of providing these services is increasing at a faster rate than the annual growth of revenue, and new funding sources need to be identified to keep pace with our future expenses. We continue to have rapid population growth, and service must be expanded to meet the needs of our residents' demands. Our challenge is to identify a local revenue source that is controlled. It's a revenue enhancement opportunity to fund increases in our police force, firefighter, and paramedic services, improve our deteriorating local roads, major arterials used by cross-through traffic from other communities and our own residents. Newport and Scott Road are prime examples. Improve traffic circulation so streets are less congested, hire additional staff to handle incoming development projects and capital improvement project needs, and meet the needs of a growing number of residents to maintain the quality of life for Menifee residents. This is a theme that we've talked about for the last 12 to 14 months. Here's our information about riding the wave of even odd years. Going back to 2012-13, we had a $1.6 million budget deficit. In 13-14, we had a $1.3 million that we were able to sweep into our unfunded or unallocated budget. 14-15, we had a $316,000 budget deficit. 15-16, we produced a balanced budget. And 16-17, we came in at $2.5 million under. Sales tax and property tax are not keeping pace with the annual increases in public safety. That's kind of a recurring theme. However, it's really more than that. With the fact that we've decreased all of our, most of the other departments other than public safety so that we could put that money towards public safety so we wouldn't have to reduce our public safety personnel, which is very important to the city and the lifeline and economic development. But as we reduced those other departments, we were able to provide less services to our growing residents. So there becomes more of an impact than just curbing some of our expenses. The VLF revenue issue is looming. The cost of public safety is rising. Sales tax not keeping up with expenses. We shared this graph a while ago, 6 or 7 months ago. What's very interesting on the top left-hand corner is our budget gap now is $2.4 million. We projected a budget gap of $2.1 million for this year. So we're in the ballpark, but it was worse than what we had anticipated. A 5-year financial forecast like this is not one that is fun to share or talk about. In 5 years, we're projected to have a $5.7 million deficit, and this is structural. This is not, hey, let's not spend money somewhere over here so that we can spend money over here. We won't have that revenue. Funding for major infrastructure is a hurdle. We've got Newport Road that's deteriorating. We've got a plan for that. We're coming up with a good CIP project that's going to change on the west side from Hahn to Marietta Road to 6 lanes and make it make it travel and look very similar and inviting as it does on the east side, which is paving the way for a lot of our economic development along Newport Road, which is phenomenal. However, those funds are coming outside of the general fund budget. What we would typically like to see in a growing city is that we have additional funds in our general fund that we can put toward street projects so that we can do more improvements and attract more people and have more safe roads and alleviate traffic congestion. We're not able to do that. We are seeking still $60 million in alternative financing. That's not on the general fund. That's funding outside of the general fund to build Scott Road Interchange, to build Holland Road, and to build Bradley Bridge. We're working on all these projects to be shelf-ready for future funds, but the loss of the vehicle license fee, gas tax, lack of major city-owned facilities hinders our opportunities to go after that long-term debt. Those, again, will be funds outside the general fund, but at times, the general fund might be used to secure it if there was a outside revenue stream that was going into the general fund. Our pavement management program is currently slated for $1.2 million annually. That's what we were able to spend to fix our roads and streets. There was a resident that came up earlier, Peter Thorworth, and said, hey, you know, this crack seal has been on my street for several months, maybe even longer than that. When am I getting an overlay on my street? Well, if we had the funds, we'd do the overlay. So we have to parcel those things out, unfortunately. We have to schedule them, and we have many needs. We really need $4.3 million a year in that pavement management program to keep our pavement condition index at 79.6, which is pretty good. Thankfully, new development that's coming in is keeping that pavement condition index up because they're putting new roads in. Unfortunately, we won't have the money to maintain those new roads for a long period of time. So it is a true revenue issue. We've talked, again, I know the council could be tired of hearing this issue, but I know that you understand the issue very clearly. Some of our residents don't. There's some articles recently in the press that attribute it to a public safety issue. It is, but it's more than that. It's a piece of the puzzle. And when we need to take funds away from road and street repair, public works, parks and recreation to pay for increases in public safety, yes, it's a public safety issue, but now we've just depleted some other revenue sources that we need to be used to expend on quality of life issues that we can't. So every year, we talk about the vehicle license fee issue every year. It's based on $50 per capita, based on population, at 89,004 population, which was our May 1st, 2016 number by the Department of Finance. It would have been $4.45 million. No other city other than Wildomar, Eastvale, Harupa, and Menifee are denied these funds. And so when we don't have these funds and we don't have enough revenue to continue to operate, that's a severe issue. We reduced our non-public safety expenses by $4.7 million last year. We reduced our non-public safety expenses by $2.3 million this year. We had an increased cost of public safety and fire, and it's very difficult to talk about these things because we need our public safety personnel. We're not angry or sad at them for the costs that were incurred to put them on the streets, but there's a cost and it's been increasing. And about 6 months ago, I was at a Sheriff's Department meeting and I said, I know you guys can't control this either, but what's happening is you're pricing yourself out of our market. We need more of you, and so now that we're paying more of a cost for the same amount, we haven't increased our police force here since 2013. And we did that because we rode the wave in 2013 and 14, and we had an additional revenue. We brought on another motor officer, so we have 2, and we brought on 2 more patrol officers at mid-year. But since that time, we haven't increased, and our population has gone up about 12,000 people, and we haven't increased our police force since then. So obviously, it's a revenue issue that we need to solve this, and it's outside the vehicle license fee because we don't get a new governor until 2018, and the governor we currently have has vetoed our bill twice. And I'll guarantee you, when the next bill gets to his desk again, he probably won't sign it either. So we review with department head requests. We get good at saying no. Again, they don't like to see Mr. Foltz and I during the budget process. And quite frankly, at times, we don't have the opportunity to go to them and say, hey, we need more cuts. We just make the cuts, and then our unbelievable staff lives within their means. We have moved staff to appropriate non-general fund cost centers to accurately depict the role and funding sources. and we're really being left with an option to reduce or eliminate things except our public safety costs is what we've done. Obviously, until we can control the rising costs of public safety, which we can't, we know turn revenue outside of VLF. Again, broken record. There's only so much we can cut each budget cycle. Back in May, during a post-budget workshop, the city manager and myself proposed researching revenue-generating options. It came in the form of a proposed ballot measure for November of 2016. I asked for an authorization to move forward and hire a consultant. We've done that. We looked at a 1-cent sales tax measure and a utility user tax measure. We did some polling on that in May. We really found out that the utility user tax was not acceptable at all in the community, but came back with good support through the community polling. Interestingly enough, 82% of our population, 82% of those that were polled. So when you start talking about statistical polling and professional polling, it's a poll and questioning among registered voters in the city of Menifee who voted in the last election. So there's some pre-qualifiers there. We're not asking anyone on the street or anyone sitting in here. It's a pre-qualifier before you get to be able to take that survey. A report was delivered to by the city's consultant, FM3, at the June 1st City Council meeting, and we'll have another one tonight. Regardless of how much revenue we don't have or expenses that we've cut, we've focused and had an aggressive economic development program over the past 3 years. You can see the number of businesses that have come in. We're under construction everywhere. Sales tax revenues are up, as well as development fee revenue. However, a 12% increase in 24% of revenue will never compare to 12% increase in 66% of our expenses. So yes, we enjoy month after month, year over year, quarter over quarter increases in our sales tax, but those do not equate in a category of an increase to 66% of the expenses. We've welcomed significant contributors. Last year, we welcomed our first brewing company. We love them, Mason Jar, right across the way, looking to expand now. Those are the things that we like to see in the city to bring alternatives that other cities have to create micro enterprises to allow it to foster other things that come in. Those spur other restaurants that might come in. Last year, we welcomed our first light industrial development project. We're awaiting their speculation buildings. We're looking at, we hope, about 250,000 square feet of spec, which will welcome some new businesses. Several retailers have opened. Y'all know who they are: Applebee's, Five Guys, Flame Broiler, Jersey Mike's, America's Tire, AM/PM Car Wash, O'Reilly Parts, International Auto Crafters is nearly open right next door. And then the Town Center Marketplace across the street, not only the new Doghouse restaurant, but Aldi's Grocery, Party City, Active Ride Shop, Buffalo Wild Wings, Sonic, El Pollo Loco, Jimmy John's, Rubio's, the Habit Burger, Pyology, Krispy Kreme, and more. They're really on their way. Stater Brothers is moving forward on the east side of town. We're getting those things that other communities are getting, and we're starting to kind of grow up a little bit. But back to the reductions. In this year's annual budget, we had some reductions to some things that we had talked about with this council about planning to do. We want to invest more in our economic development centers. We have a Cherry Hills Plaza who's willing to work with us on a Kaiser Marston study that would make improvements to that center, that would make it more viable and collect more sales tax. We had a business park plan, enhanced infrastructure finance district plan. We had a McCall corridor plan, and we were talking about these things for years, and we just can't get them off the ground because every time the budget cycle comes, those are the first things we need to cut. Anything that's non-personnel, non-public safety, we cut those first. Administrative Services Department, where we were looking at a couple of positions, not to be too much of a big whiny baby, but I'm a one-person operation in the city manager's office. There's no assistant, there's no analysts, there's no assistant city manager, there's no deputy city manager. You get me. And for a city of 89,000 and for you five, the support that you have through that office is not what it should be. Total reductions to date for this year were $1.15 million. It's really hard to cut non-departmental or general supplies. We need our people to have pens and pencils, but we cut $50,000 out of that budget. So more and more reductions. I know this is a wonderfully uplifting presentation. Our average department percentage changes from 2014 to 15-16. You can see there they range from 18 or 29% all the way down to 5% or 0.52%. Our challenging is cutting back in most departments to keep pace with our public safety needs and current staffing levels. We have no other options. Here's a snapshot of our general fund revenues for this year. You can see the different categories and the dollar amounts that we have in revenue. Property tax about $11 million, sales tax around $7 million, development fees. At some point in time, that development fee category of 19% needs to migrate to sales tax and property tax. We're not going to be living off $5.7 million in development fee revenue annually when our city continues to grow and builds out. That pie piece is going to shrink, and we want it to grow, obviously, in the sales tax and property tax areas. So general fund expenditures, 66% of the general fund is spent on public safety. You can see the other minor percentages there. Again, this is just a fact of what it is. We need our public safety folks in town to operate, and we need to pay for them. Just to show you our incredible fiscal management and cost control, especially for this year, because we did provide a budget that was out of balance. If you take every other department except public safety, and then you average it into the public safety, we only grew 1.8%. Phenomenal job by our finance department and our department heads to reduce the cost of their departments so that we could afford the current level of staffing that we have in public safety. We're not talking about increasing it. We're talking about just the current level. So we are the sleeping giant, though, of the area. There's a lot of folks looking at us. There's a lot of in the development community who want to be here. They see what we see. They see an unbelievably young community getting up on its feet and looking at developing in a wide variety of ways. They see the amenities that are coming here. They see the population that's growing. They see what all we're doing with what little that we have, and they want to be a part of it. We have some great partners, not only as developers in the field, but our residents, our business owners. So our sales tax is $7 million and increasing. We have current future revenue. We must convert that, our development revenue, to property tax and sales tax. The loss of VLF hurts our general fund. The lost gas tax hurts our infrastructure and public works. I will submit to you that no other city does what we do with 4 public works guys for 46 square miles. No other city does that. We have infrastructure development financing options that are hurt by our general fund losses. Here's the same reductions that I talked about earlier. The development is incredible. The population's exploding. We need more staff, more police officers, need to solve traffic issues, and need to fix roads. We need to do that just to keep up. Community support has been unbelievable, but this revenue generation is a key legacy item. There's a lot of talk about where our property tax goes. I pay a lot of property tax, right? So here's a breakdown of where a single-family resident property tax go. Of $1 of property tax that folks pay that live in town here, that are residents, 59 cents of that dollar goes to the school districts. 12 cents of that dollar goes to the Riverside County. 16 cents of that dollar goes to special districts. 13 cents comes to the city of Menifee, but it's broken into 2 categories. The 6% of it goes to the general fund as revenue. 6% goes to a fire suppression fund to help offset our fire costs. That 6% times the number of homes, or that 6 cents times the number of homes, equals nearly half what we pay in the general fund for our fire support services. Here's another way of looking at it. Your property tax, if you have an assessed value of $300,000 for a single-family home, the ad valorem rate is 1%. That's all we get. We don't get anything above the 1% or the ad valorem rate. It amounts to $3,000 if you break that down. Bruce Foltz showed this in his finance budget, operating budget for this year. $1,761 goes to the school, 359 goes to the county, 493 go to special districts. The city of Menifee gets $387 of the $3,000 in property tax. So when people claim that their property tax is paying for everything and they pay too much in taxes, they might, but it doesn't come here. It goes everywhere else. So we really started talking about sales and use tax and the difference between 8% and 9%. What we're really talking about is 8 cents on the dollar or 9 cents on the dollar. The base sales tax rate is 6.5%. There's a Bradley Burns for local tax is 1%. There's the RCTC Measure A, which is 0.5, and that takes care of your 8% of total sales tax. With 700,000 people in a population trade area within 15 miles of Newport and Hahn, I submit to you that if we were to change from 8% to 9%, and you go through these things of commonly purchased goods, a new car would be great. If we had new cars for sale in town of $38,500, that'd be awesome. But we get about what we get in property tax for a year by selling one car here in town for $38,500. If we had 9% sales tax, that number would be $770. It's not $770 plus $385. So it's a little bit confusing, but it's just multiplying by 2 Menifee's current share. So if you wanted to go buy golf clubs, $3.85. I mean, what we're talking about is pennies, nickels, and dimes that 700,000 people could possibly purchase here, which multiplies into our sales tax, which goes into revenue, which goes into the general fund, which pays for a multitude of things multitude of needs that we have. And it's paid for by all others that shop and drive through Menifee, not just residents. Sorry, I jumped ahead. Bob Brady, who's been a consultant for us for a while now, has been working on this project with me, and want to have Bob have the opportunity to address and introduce FM3, which will be providing numbers on the most recent updated polling. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. As the City Manager has pointed out tonight and articulated, I think, very clearly tonight with all the slides that he's presented, and actually over the last 12 to 14 months, as he said, is that the city is facing a revenue challenge, and as part of the process to address this revenue challenge, the City Council did authorize the City Manager to go ahead and hire a consultant to conduct community outreach and to obtain feedback from the community with regards to the needs that the city has and also what other revenue resources are available as well. And the consulting firm of FM3, as Mr. Johnson indicated, was hired to perform the community outreach work, and that occurred in May of this year. And just a little bit of background, FM3 has conducted community research for over 120 California cities that are dealing with funding issues related to police services, public safety, infrastructure, transportation, parks, libraries, and other community needs as well. So they're very well versed in this area. And so the results of the May survey that they conducted were presented to the City Council on June 1st. And the results of those, and I'll go through these very quickly and summarize them, that the voters are overwhelmingly optimistic about the quality of life in Menifee. 81 of them said that the city is heading in the right direction. And the majority of the voters see a need for additional funding to provide the services to keep the community where it's at. Voters highly value a set of funding priorities and provisions related to traffic improvements, congestion reduction as well, public safety services, and other types of reducing the police response times, other public safety response times as well, and maintaining those services at the levels that they currently are at now. The survey also indicated that at that time there was a 55% majority voter support in favor of a 1 cent sales tax measure to be placed on the November ballot, and it also indicated that that would actually increase up to 62% with a little bit of education and outreach provided to the community about the measure. So based on the council's review and discussion of the May survey results, the council did direct staff to return to the city prior to August 3rd with proposed wording for a 1 cent sales tax ballot measure to be placed on the November 8th, 2016 general election ballot. And additionally, as part of that motion and direction, they also directed staff to provide optional ballot wording, which would include a 1 cent sales tax measure to include a 10-year limit for your consideration as well. And at the June 1st meeting, the city manager did indicate that additional survey work may be conducted to determine the most appropriate ballot language to bring back to the city council. So during July, FM3 performed follow-up outreach survey of Menifee voters that included specific ballot measure wording for the 1 cent sales tax ballot measure to be placed on the November ballot. And that included input, and that survey, additional survey work included input from the May survey and also input that staff provided and also the city council provided during the study sessions and review process. And the questions were also added to the July survey that included questions to the voters with regards to a 10-year term limit and a 20-year term limit as well. So those questions were included in the July survey. So tonight, Adam Sonnerstein is with us, and he's the senior researcher with FM3, and he'll review the results of the July survey with the city council, and then if you have any questions with regards to the results of that survey, he'd be happy to respond to those as well. Adam?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Adam Sonnenschein, senior researcher for Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz and Associates. We go by FM3 because that's a lot shorter. Let me take you through the results of our survey, and feel free to jump in if you have questions. You don't feel like you need to save them to the end. So methodology of this survey, we spoke to 300 city residents, people who had a voting history that indicated they were likely to participate in the upcoming November 2016 election. These were live telephone interviews conducted between July 16th and 19th. They were available in English and Spanish based on the preferences of the people who were taking the survey, and we called people on both landlines and cell phones. The margin of error of the questions that you're going to see in this report is plus or minus 5.7%, so just keep that in mind when you're looking at these numbers. And you may see some percentages that don't quite add up to 100% due to rounding and decimal points. I'll give you a bit of the context of heading into the election so you kind of know where you're sitting and what you're looking forward to. Oops, went too far. As Bob mentioned in the May survey, you had really overwhelming optimism about the direction of the city. That was maintained, not too surprisingly, in July. 82% said the city's headed in the right direction. That's your green bar there. In the gray, the people that either didn't know or didn't answer the question, and only 8% who said the city was off on the wrong track. There's a very high degree of interest in the upcoming November election. We asked people to rate their interest on a scale from 1 to 10. A majority rated their interest a 10. Completely between the rating of 6 and 9, you had another 27%. So that's about 81% of residents who said their interest was kind of above average here. And that's pretty high compared to some of the other communities that we've been polling in the past few weeks. We wanted to get a feel, as you know, there are as many as 17 statewide ballot measures that will be on the ballot in November, and a lot of folks are concerned about the impact of voters wading through all of those measures to get to any kind of local measure. Yours, of course, will be near the bottom of the ballot. And so we pulled out 3 that we thought were most relevant because they had financial implications. That's the statewide school bond, Prop 51, Prop 55, which is the Prop 30 income tax extension, and then the tobacco tax measure, which is Prop 56, which talks about resources being available for health and other purposes. In your community, about a majority of people support both the statewide school bond and the tobacco tax. Numbers are far more mixed for the Prop 30 extension, nearly tied 48 to 45 there. So here's reactions to the local revenue measure. This is the language that we tested. We find that it's the best way to assess the viability of a ballot measure is to produce a 75-word title and summary, a hypothetical language that voters hear on the phone, then they react to that language. And so this is the wording that we used in this survey. We titled the measure the Menifee Public Safety, Traffic Congestion Relief, and Vital City Services Measure. I'm not going to read all of the language here, but basically we're looking at reducing traffic congestion, improving and repairing local interchanges, overpasses, maintaining public safety services and response times, preventing cuts to senior services, disabled services, youth services, other general services, Should the city enact a 1-cent sales tax, that would provide approximately $6.2 million, and then you'll see some accountability provisions, including annual independent audits and ensuring that all the money would be spent locally in Menifee. And what we see is that that language has support from more than 7 in 10 voters in your community. That's 72% who say they would vote yes on that measure based on the language that I just showed you. 46%, nearly the 50% threshold that you need, say they would definitely vote yes. They're a little more committed. Another 23% say they would probably vote yes. Then you've got 4% that are in kind of a shaky land there. They're the undecided lean yes. Those are voters that when we read them that ballot language, they first said they were undecided. We asked them, well, do you lean one way or do you lean the other? Those folks said they lean to the yes side, so a little bit less commitment maybe than some of the other folks, but you put those together and you're at 72 to 22, a really, really strong place. Only 6% of voters ultimately describing themselves as undecided. We found very strong bipartisan support as well as geographic support for this ballot measure. If you look on the left-hand side, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans all well over the 50% threshold necessary to pass this measure. Similarly, all of the council districts that we tested, each well above the 50% threshold. As Bob mentioned, one of the charges for this survey was assessing the difference between a measure that would be in effect until it was ended by voters or one that would have an automatic sunset at either 10 years or 20 years. We asked this question as a follow-up to the ballot measure language that you just saw a minute ago. And we asked people, we told them that the final structure of the measure has not been determined. As written, the measure would have a 1-cent sales tax that would be in effect until voters chose to end it. What if instead it had an automatic 10-year sunset? And we split that. Half the people heard 10, half the people heard 20. And what we see is that the voters in this community prefer the measure to be in effect until they have the opportunity to end it. As you saw, that was at 72 to 22. When we offered the sunset provision at either 10 years or 20 years, support actually dips. 57% say they would support the 10-year sunset. 55% say they would support the measure if it had a 20-year sunset. We did want to test and kind of simulate some of the implications. We know people will be talking about this measure in your community, so not just giving you an initial read, but what happens when people hear some context and hear some information about why this measure is important and what it will do. Again, I'm not going to read through all of these, but there were a number of statements that were read to the respondents on the phone. You can get a feel for them looking at the language in the bolded green here in parentheses. That's kind of the theme of each of those statements. Traffic, safety, growth, improvements to quality of life, fiscal accountability, and that the measure would be important to prevent cuts. And you can see these are the reactions to those statements. The leading statement here was related to reducing traffic and the importance of the measure. 51% of respondents said that statement was very convincing as a reason to support this ballot measure. Another 30% considered it somewhat convincing. That's a pretty strong response. We saw in the baseline survey that we did that traffic congestion is a really important issue in your community. And when people hear that statement, it's the one that's most resonant to them. Excuse me. Public safety and growth in the community and managing the growth in the community both resonated nearly equally, and just a tick under that traffic statement. And then some of the others, quality of life, accountability, and the ability to prevent cuts, were not quite as important to people, but still relatively resonant. So this is what we see after voters heard all this information. Excuse me, their support was nearly the same. A touch more on the definite side. We go from 46% definitely yes to 48% definitely yes, but the total numbers are basically unchanged. We did see what happens after a full exchange of information of pros and cons of the measure. We see a bit of a dip here to 64-34, which is a similar pattern to what we saw in the baseline survey, but still well above the 50% threshold, even including that margin of error after that exchange of information. So our conclusions are that a measure establishing a 1 cent sales tax funding the vital city services that your city manager referenced earlier is viable for the November 2016 ballot in Menifee. Supports well over the 50% plus one threshold that you need for this kind of general purpose measure after an exchange of information and voters learn more about the measure. Support is stronger with the provision that it can be ended by voters rather than with an automatic term limit. And then the measure's potential impact on traffic, public safety, and the effects of growth in the community are the ones that resonate most with voters here. So that's our report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Mr. August.
Question for you, sir.
Yes.
This one really kind of gets me, it puzzles me, and maybe you'll have an answer for me. The term provision, the 10 or 20 years, seems like there's a sizable decrease. It goes from 72 to 55% approval.
Yes.
And I'd like to think, because everybody will see where I'm coming from later on down the road, that people are fairly smart. And why would that be? Why would people support it at 72 without a term limit, and it goes down to 52 or 57 with a term limit?
Okay, so so you have to bear with me because we didn't ask why. So I'm going to give you my interpretation, but I don't have a firm. I can't tell you what data says. This is my interpretation of the results. Okay, two things. First and foremost, I think for most of the people who responded to this, and maybe the people that liked it without a sunset more than they liked it with a sunset, there is an accountability there. The accountability is that they, as voters, would have the opportunity to vote at a future date to end this when they think the time is right, as opposed to an automatic end at 10 years, whether it's right or it's wrong. Now, you know, and I know that in 10 years, you'd have the potential to go back to voters and ask them if they wanted to continue it, but most folks may not be aware of that. They may think at 10 years this is done. Well, I still want police in 10 years. I still want fire in 10 years. I still want road improvements in 10 years. These aren't one-time things. You're not building a new building where after you build it, you don't need the revenue. The sense is that you're going to need this revenue on an ongoing basis. And that's, again, my interpretation, but that's why I would see it that way.
Mr. Denver?
Couldn't it be something else? Couldn't it be that they think that they can just bring it up for election to kill it at any time they want, and that's not reality?
It could be. You know, again, we didn't ask why, so I'm making a speculation.
Any other questions?
Oh, I do. Excuse me, one more question. You're working with the city of Temecula. Are you familiar with what Hemet's doing on the sales tax increase?
I am.
And do either one of their ballots have a term, 10 or 20 year term?
I believe Hemet has a 10-year term, and I believe Temecula is in effect until it's ended by voters.
Until it's in. So Hemet would have a 10-year?
I believe it's 10 years.
Right.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your report.
Back to
Bob, did you have a recap?
Just a real quickly, I wanted to,
Yeah, that's fine.
thank you, Adam. No, that's fine. Thank you for that. Just 2 points I wanted to make as well, that, again, just to compare that between the May survey, which was at 55% support, and it could increase to 62, the July is at 72. So there was a significant increase between the time of the two surveys, and that, I think, would reflect back to how the wording and what the input we received from the community, how that was then presented then to the community again, you know, could have made a difference in that as well. The second thing that I did want to point out is that one of the other concerns or the issues that are very important to the voters, and this came out, I think, in both of the surveys, both in May and July, was that they indicated that they're very interested and very adamant about keeping local funds local, and that they don't want these funds to be able to be taken away, such as the state has done, you know, in the past. So they want to make sure that any of these local funds that are here stay here as well, and that's very important to them as well, because they think there is some understanding that the state has come in, such as with the, you know, different measures with the gas tax, the VLF that we haven't received. Those are things that are important to the community as well, that those funds stay local. That's all I have.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Adam. As you can see and you know, Menifee's overwhelmed with needs, road and street repairs. We're suffering because of cuts continue, because of cuts to continue to fund police and fire at the same levels where our roads and streets. Population's increasing, we need traffic solutions, we need to maintain our 911 response times, supporting current businesses, bringing new businesses. We reduced nearly all departmental expenses except police and fire for the past 3 years. We haven't even mentioned or talked about the influences to public safety with AB 109 and the flooding our streets with county and current local criminals. Homeless populations growing due to low pressure. Captain Ford gave a presentation and a discussion, I believe, at Public Safety, or might have even been here at Council, about low pressure areas. Well, we're becoming one. Our population's growing and we're not increasing our police force. Our Eden finance system is a primary example, and we'll be bringing back some information to Council at a later date, but we had a catastrophic destruction of our backup system in finance. Well, we didn't have that in our budget to replace that. And in fact, we needed that money to continue to operate on a day-to-day basis. So we're in a little bit of a situation here, and we'll be bringing that back to Council I believe at the next Council meeting for replacement funds. Those aren't in the budget. So where are we going to get those? Do we not do something else so that we can rebuild that system? The next steps, unfortunately, would be to reduce public safety, which is going to be a huge issue in our community. If we're not investing in public safety, we're not going to be investing in economic development. We're not going to have development, building and people moving and creating a city. So revenue and identification and generation in this young city is obviously our legacy item, and currently there are no other avenues at our disposal. So it will be my recommendation that to approve the item, which would place a 1% sales tax measure until ended by voters for the November 8th, 2016 general election ballot, to allow the voters of Menifee to decide to tax themselves to support the ongoing development of the city, fix our roads and streets, solve traffic issues, maintain our 911 response times, and continue to grow Menifee's quality of life. That's staff's recommendation, however, or that's my recommendation. However, in the staff report, we have a dual recommendation. You asked for 2 different ballot measure items to come back. The same ballot measure to come back with the same wording, with an option of until ended by voters, or to place either a 10 or 20-year term limit on it. And finally, before you tonight, if this is approved, either one of these, we'll need an approval of a resolution regarding the ballot arguments. And Mr. Melching and Ms. Manwaring can help walk through that process. But that ends the staff report, and turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much. All tremendous work and a lot of effort gone into this over the last several months, 6 months at least. We've seen this storm coming, and the city has absorbed and cut over $8 million in the last 3 fiscal years, and we dipped into our reserve for the first time really this year. Is that correct? So great work on everybody. We're at a point where we can't do that anymore. The decisions need to be made. Mr. Melching.
Yes, Mayor, this is as good a time as any to note that on your dais tonight there were errata sheets for the two potential resolutions, one for until ended by the voters version of the ballot measure, and one for the times certain version. The principal changes there were 2. First, the language that appears on the screen in front of you right now is the language that is, there are a couple of modifications to the language for the ballot questions, doing the exact same thing we did with the other 2 ballot measures, inserting a specific ordinance, beginning with shall, ending with be adopted. No substantive changes beyond that. Second, there was a reference to the city of Menifee growing by 300% over recent years. That the actual number was 36%. It's just a typo in one of the whereas clauses to the resolution. So just for the record, wanted that to make sure that you were aware of those changes, which are reflected on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Melching. Are there questions from the council to staff at this point before we take public comment on this item? Hearing none?
Well, there is one thing. There seems to be, since I thought I came up with it, maybe you did, Mayor, of the 10-year, 20-year term limit, ending of this. When we talked about it, one of the choices was not an automatic ending, but a time when the city council would look at it again. This has an automatic ending, and there really is another choice.
Yes, there are probably several other options. All right, how many public speakers do we have on this item?
I think at last count, it was 9.
Okay. So when you come up to the podium, please, we need to know whether you support or oppose a ballot measure for a sales tax increase. And we'd also like to hear your opinions on until ended by the voters or a sunset clause. Because really, those are the two issues that are before us tonight on this item. I think the city manager has outlined the need. I think the council recognizes that need. And we'll see what happens here in the next several minutes. But we really need to hear your opinion on, do you support it or oppose it, and what kind of language, until ended or a sunset clause? So state your name fully for the record and give us your opinion. Madam Clerk, call the first speaker.
Adrian Peters, followed by Karen Nolan.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, and staff. Adrian Peters, representing Brookfield Residential. I think at last time I checked, I think we were still the largest landholder in Menifee, although Andy might disagree with me on that one. But you asked first if we're for or against it. We are absolutely in favor of it. As a master plan community developer and a builder, you know, one of the paramount things that we tell our guest builders and our buyers of homes is this is a great city to live in. And we really do appreciate working with staff day in and day out to make our parks and our amenities and our streets safe, good-looking, well-maintained, and obviously police service is essential. People want to live in safe towns. They want to live in towns with great schools. And so we work closely with staff, with the school district to develop, you know, the best communities we possibly can. So we absolutely endorse this. We plan to be here for a long time. We're developing Audie Murphy Ranch. We're going to be developing Minor Ranch, and build out of those two projects is probably going to be over at least the next 10 to 15 years. So I think that public safety, from our perspective, is something that we want to help you guys guarantee is perpetual and sustainable. And I'm not going to advocate one way or the other on whether there's a sunset clause or not. However, we encourage a long-term viable solution for the city. And one of those options that I'm always curious about is the prospect of the city starting its own police force and having a little bit more control over that. And there's even a site that we would be willing to give the city at Minor Ranch as a prospective, you know, police station, if that is a viable option to consider for your long-term capital plan. But nonetheless, one real quick anecdote. My wife tracks all my finances, and she looks at all my credit card bills. And she says, boy, you spend a lot of money in Menifee. You go to Panera Bread, and you go to BJ's, and you go to Hana Sushi, and you go to the Yellow Basket and every place else, and Five Guys, and soon the Habit, and all over. So I spent first 6 months almost $600 in food and beverages at Menifee restaurants, and I got to thinking about it, and I said, a penny is almost nothing. It's $6 in a 6-month period, but if you multiply that by 89,000 people in a 700,000 person market area, then it really starts to add up. So it's not a lot of money, but it goes a long way.
Your time is up.
Absolutely in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nolan?
Good evening, Mayor and the council members this evening. My name is Karen Nolan. I'm a partner with LCL Realty and Property Management here in Menifee. And I'm also a business representative for the city of Menifee. And I am in favor of the 1% sales tax increase. Raising taxes is always a scary statement. And the first question everyone's out of their mouth is, why. And after explaining the appropriate need of a possible increase, then comes a series of open-ended statements. Why did they, the city, let this happen? I'm not sure. I'm sure they could have done better. Why? And they aren't running things right down there. These are some of the oppositions I've already faced just talking about the 1% sales increase just among some of my other peers here in the city. In these statements, they miss the most important concern. Without the increase in funds, we aren't able to keep up with the growth of Menifee, like better traffic circulation, increased public safety, and for an increasing city and maintaining a quality of life that drew us to the city in the first place. A very smart man once said to me, "Why wait for government to take action? Why give control to the bureaucrats when you have the opportunity as citizens to control your needs?" We as American citizens complain on a regular basis about the controlling of the government on us. As a child, when I felt the need for more funds, when I wanted to be more active, I didn't wait for my parents to give me an allowance increase. I found a way to increase my cash flow. And a lot of times I did not lean on my savings to do that. We now have the opportunity to make a decision that will put us in the driver's seat, not waiting on the bureaucrats of the state to decide whether to send us funding or not send us funding. I encourage the council to vote yes by putting the 1% sales tax on the November ballot. I encourage the council to send a message to the bureaucrats in Sacramento and a message to the city, the residents of the city, saying that we're in control of our cash flow and the growth that we want to see and the protection and the quality of life we want to have here. I would also employ you to vote on an option of allowing the voters to determine the end of the 1% sales increase and keeping the control with the very people that you're asking to carry the weight out with the 1% so that we can continue to enjoy the city as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kathy Bennett, followed by Mike Judge.
I didn't plan that. Mayor and Council, how nice to see you tonight, and how much fun is it to be on this side of the podium? I've looked forward to this. By the way, when I read the agenda, I took several pills just I don't know how you got through it, but you did a good job and you did it proud. I read the staff report. I've been watching what you all have been faced with. No council member, no elected anybody wants to raise taxes. Why would you want to do that? But are you in a position where you must? Of course you are. And bluntly speaking, anyone who says to you, well, you're going to raise our taxes, but you could do something else, you could cut something here, are absolutely delusional. Sorry to be so blunt, but that's facts. They're not making sense. Tell me, can I have less traffic? Can you fix my roads? Did we hear it tonight? Can you fund public safety for us? Oh, by the way, we don't want to pay any more taxes. I personally love being a resident of this city, and now I have the unusual position of being able to comment for the first time. I don't want you to put any taxes on my property bill, my property tax. No more standby charges for that, thank you. I think the ones that are on there with the MWD and everybody else are enough. Thanks for that. I can't possibly see the logic of supporting a utility users tax, because I'm pretty sure I'm one of the higher utility users. The only logical answer I can find is a sales tax, which you do have some control over as a consumer. You can choose it or you can not choose it, but it's in your control. If I want to go to dinner, I might know that extra penny is going to cost me the extra penny, but that's my choice. I am not in favor of a sunset clause, but that's something you all have to decide. I am completely in favor of what has to happen to get this city to the future that I see for it, and I think that's heading in the right direction, and this can help accomplish that. And having been one of those department heads that was told no more than I was told yes, I get it. So yes, we went to meetings and we heard the city manager say, good luck, work harder, and by the way, I can't give you anything else. And that's how it was, and it's okay. It worked out, and we just worked harder. So I totally understand what this amazing staff has gone through to bring this to you, and the fact that it does cause them pain. But I am 100% in favor. Thank you for
Ms.
allowing me
Bennett.
to speak.
Who is that guy?
We're getting a lot of stars.
Mike Judge, resident of Menifee.
Really?
Really? Honorable Mayor, Council, City staff, thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns here tonight, and my opinion, by the way. The population for our city continues to explode. Services continue to be stretched as our revenues begin to stagnate in comparison. The VLF is not coming. Certainly not until 2019. One-time residential building monies eventually will dry up. Recently, a city study has shown, and I promised I X'd most of this out because you went through most of the statistics I had written down, but with our estimated population growth, an additional 20 million will be needed in 5 years for public safety alone. This 20 million does not increase the staffing, it just keeps you at status quo, well below the federal norm and norm of most cities around you. In addition, historically, the city has cut staff and some service to meet the bottom line. As our population grows, our city services, i.e. departments, will need to be expanded and enhanced, not cut. And recently I was at a meeting, and I'll say it here again, I have been a part of many cities throughout my career, and I have never seen one run on the amount of people that you have, certainly nowhere near 89,000 in population. And I think all of us have seen the staff workers in 3-foot cubicles in the back room there getting it all done for us. And they do get it done, but obviously our services are going to need to grow, enhance. As stated prior, first-time monies for residential building will dry up. However, the drain on city resources for this additional population will continue to grow at an alarming rate. Even large commercial businesses providing revenue to this city will drain most resources. Menifee needs an immediate revenue injection, but also assistance with the future needs of our community. Tonight, there are 2 such answers before you. First, approve the sales tax measure for the November ballot and allow the residents to vote. I think you'll be proud of us in the end. I would also request this measure not include a term limit. The sales tax is 1 cent on the dollar, and the same sales tax was recently approved for a measure ballot in Temecula. If approved in November, this measure would provide immediate revenue to our city and assist all departments. So again, I would urge that you don't put a sunset clause on it. I do not have the confidence in most people who are voting to make out the difference. I do believe that people feel more accountable, that they're able to do something, at least bring it back to you if there's a problem and they wanted it to be cut again. To do a 20-year limit, most people look at that as, oh my God.
Mr. Judge, your time is up.
20 years, that's forever. And that's why they say no to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tony Falco, followed by Michael Garrison.
Good evening, Council. Mr.
Hi,
Mayor.
Tony.
My name's Tony Falco. I'm not only a resident in several properties that I own throughout the community, but I'm also a fairly large business owner in this town. I'm very proud of this town. And after hearing everything that I've heard in here, there's several things to your equation that you're missing. We haven't had a disaster yet. We haven't had riots in Menifee. Thank God, by the way, and my hands off to the police department and the fire department for doing an outstanding job, as well as you at council. But when that disaster hits, you're going to need funds. This 1 cent sales tax, by the way, I am for the 1 cent sales tax, and I am also not for a sunset clause. And I can't agree with the others that spoke prior to me, other than I wish I could have had some of Kathy's pills. I really believe that we need this desperately. I travel throughout Southern California in my business. I have probably more business licenses than any one business owner in Southern California. I think I'm up to about 59 city business licenses. Our city is one of the finest cities that I have personally not only lived in, but work in. And the issues and the things, just the other day we seen on TV, the homeless encampments in Santa Ana. That's not far from us. We have plenty of homeless people. And we are going to get worse, just like they said, the community of low pressure. But I go back to the floods and the disasters. When we just get a little bit of a rain, we shut down the major thoroughfare of our city to the hub. If we get a regular El Nino, we're going to be in big trouble, and you will need more than 4 people for your public works. That fund has to come from somewhere. And like I said, working people like you're doing and getting what you're getting out of them, my hat's off to you, because you're squeezing blood out of the turnip. But the 1-cent sales tax will approve it, and I think just like the gentleman before me spoke, I think you would be very proud of your residents that they will vote that tax in, and I honestly think they will keep it in, because they will see the improvements, and they will see that your due diligence as council and as a city manager and as a city, that you'll spend that money wisely and that you will use it for public safety, you will use it for traffic, and you will use it to help this city grow and become one of the best cities in Riverside County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Michael Garrison, followed by Bill Blankenship.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, City Council staff. I am Michael Garrison, representing the Riverside County BIA and speaking on behalf of all the businesses, trades, and community members that make a living in the industry. I want to say that we strongly support having this ballot measure being added to the November ballot. So why do we feel so strongly about it? Well, in order for development to continue here and be able to move the inventory and have people want to move here and buy the product, you need to have good infrastructure. You need to have a strong public safety presence. You need to have all those fundamental services that make a town as attractive as Menifee is. And obviously with the growth rate that Menifee is experiencing, it's important that you keep it up. The sales tax is the right vehicle to make that happen, because all those services, all that infrastructure, all the public safety affects the community at large. And a sales tax is revenue that's brought to you from the community at large, not any specific segment of a community. And it has that wonderful benefit of being able to bring in revenue from outside of your community. So you'll have people who necessarily, like myself, who resides just outside the city, but as some of your staff members know, I drive through here every day. I stop and get food. I had dinner here tonight. And it's a beautiful thing. You get my money, and you will choose. I will choose to continue to spend my money here, and you will collect my cents on the dollar. So that's the beauty of the vehicle of a sales tax. And as she stated, it's something that the community members have a choice. You can choose that. I want to spend X amount of dollars when I go out to eat, or I want to go to Stater Brothers and bring food home, or whatever it may be. So for those reasons, for the importance of having sound infrastructure, great access to services, and obviously public safety, and for the fact that the sales tax is the absolute right vehicle for that, it's important that we feel that the voters get a chance to choose their destiny, and this absolutely belongs on the November ballot. I do not have a position on whether or not there should be a sunset clause. I'd have to scratch my noggin over that a little bit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bill Blankenship, followed by Bob Garrison.
My name is Bill Blankenship, representing Riverside County Building Industry Association. Honorable Mayor, honorable members of the council, City Manager Johnson, thank you for having this dialogue this evening and giving us the opportunity to come up here and folks who are business owners in your community, investors in your community, folks like us who represent those folks. Congratulations. You know, I've been in the political business a long time, and for a city council to have an 82% approval, the voters have tremendous faith in you. What a great opportunity you all have. There's a lot of faith that's been put in you by your voters, And that doesn't always happen, as we know, as we follow the politics of today, that the voters have such faith in their elected officials. Like you heard from Michael and like you've heard from some of the other speakers, the BIA supports this measure being put on the ballot in November. The best part about this is it gives your voters the opportunity to take that step, to cast that vote, to decide the level of service that they're going to have in their community. And that's the best part of the electoral system, is to have that voter interaction and to tell you what they want and when they want it removed. I don't have a particular position. Should this be a 10-year or a 20-year? Intuitively, as a conservative Republican personally, I like the idea of a sunset, but we also heard from your pollster that it potentially affects the outcome of the election. So that's something you as a council need to carefully consider. I do believe there might have been some confusion with the respondents when they were being polled as to what is a sunset versus do I actually get to vote and remove that. That's possible. But again, thank you for the opportunity. I do urge you to go forward and put this on the ballot. It is the community solution to a community benefit, and that's what we're here to advocate for this evening. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Bob Garrison, followed by Rick Croy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council and staff. I'm Bob Garrison, no relation to Michael Garrison. I represent the True Life Companies. We're property owners of the 60 acres of property between Dawson and Antelope, north of Rouse Road. I'm in support of the resolution, the adoption of the resolution by you. And again, I don't have a particular opinion of whether it should have a sunset date or if it should just be by voter choice. But for us, as we look at it, we're developers of that property, or we hope to be, of the property, the 60 acres. We've already done a lot of work on it over the years, worked with staff, which has been great. For us, and I think all of you probably know, as a new home buyer coming to a community, they look at what's the public safety like, what are the amenities like, how are the roads, and we consider that a major factor. Therefore, we're in support of your adoption of this resolution. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison.
Rick Croy, followed by Andy Dominigoni.
Evening, Council. A little personal perspective and why I support it. And I don't support a sunset clause. I don't think it's realistic. I used to live in a community where I don't even have a key to my house. I've never locked my door. In the last 6 months, surprisingly, with AB 47 and the release of several bad actors in our community, I've had stuff stolen out of my car twice on my personal property behind my gate, even with my big German Shepherd. Had my mail stolen 3 times. It's becoming a ongoing problem, and in our neighborhood watch community, we're out looking for a guy in a blue SUV ready to go with that phone call when we find him. We need more police. We have to find a way to do it. We have to increase pressure on the criminal element because they are coming here to roost. I don't want to see that. As much as I don't like to see homeless people because I feel compassion for them, I also know that it doesn't take a stretch. There's been many complaints here about the neighborhood across the street from the Ralphs being broken into, those cars broken into several times. You go there just about any time of day and you see homeless people there. It doesn't take a stretch to realize that that's probably the ones that are creating those problems. You also, from a 30,000-foot level, have to look at the fact that just east of us, if the housing market stays good, we're going to have another 8,000 to 10,000 homes soon. And those homes are going to be serviced by Menifee police because there's no There's no other territory that will cover them. So we need these resources. We need them bad. As a Parks Commissioner, I get the pleasure of walking through that room to pick up my agenda, and I see stacks on every desk like this. Bob needs some more staff. He really does. So I support it, as much as I hate to say I support raising taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croy.
Andy Dominigoni, followed by Vicky Carpenter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Andy Dominigoni, speaking for the Dominigoni family and also for Fred Fleming and the Fleming Holdings. As you know, the Fleming family has over 300 acres in the city. We are in support of a sales tax. The sunset clause, I think you have to really look hard at that. You don't want something to happen if you leave it open-ended, but also I think it's going to be your decision in the end. And I like the sales tax, and I'll tell you why. As landowners, it seems like everything gets dumped on the land. A tax gets put on the land. And we have a lot of land and we already pay a lot of tax for. And as we're developing along for the future, just like the Flemings, just like the Brookfields, or any other small developer, we are the future for your sales tax growth too. So you have to remember that. We pay our fair shares. We build all the new stuff. And you will reap the harvest as we grow too. So I like what you're doing, and we're neighbors. And when things go well in the cities, it goes well in the outskirts along us too, because we help protect each other. And we don't want to see what happens to the cities to the east of us with the crime rates going up and now the murders. We don't need any of that, even in the rural area where we're at today next to the city of Menifee. So put it on the ballot, let's get it going, and let's do the best thing we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vicky Carpenter.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Vicky Carpenter with Coldwell Banker, also a resident of Menifee, worked in this area over 30 years. I've seen this community grow up. I've grown up with the community. I'm going to be very brief because I echo all the comments that were here. We're all obviously in support. I am in support. I am also in support of a non-sentence sunset. So yeah, let the voters decide that. My only comment, because I already agree with everything else, is I've seen, as a realtor's perspective, I've seen our neighboring city, especially there in Hemet, suffering from a lot of the crime that they're experiencing and the challenges that we're facing in real estate. And we want people to buy here. We want businesses to build here and grow here. And for that reason, I really am concerned, and I do support this the sales tax, so that we have the destiny of our city. You are in charge of it, so I do support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter.
There are no more speakers, Mayor.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak that didn't put in a speaker slip? No one in the audience is opposed to this? Just checking, you know. All right, very good. All right, let me ask the council, I'm going to take a straw poll. Is there any opposition at this point to put a measure up? Hearing no opposition, at issue then is the length of time until ended by the voters or with a sunset clause. Is there any discussion on these matters? Mr. Denver? The board is lighting up.
Wrong one, aren't I? I'm willing to change my position from a sunset clause to if the city manager would put on the agenda every 5 years a time that the city council would look at the sales tax and discuss it. Just that, and do that forever. Here's why. I am not against the sales tax. We need the sales tax. We may need the sales tax forever. But we also, in 2018, we may get the VLF fees back. In 2020, Romaland may explode and have 1,500 more homes, and that may or may not help us. There's any number of things that could happen. A city, it's very difficult for me to set up a tax that is needed for And the purpose right now, this minute, is it's needed because we didn't get a sales tax we were supposed to get when we were set up for a city. Just to remind everybody, don't have to remind you, but we weren't going to be allowed to be a city without that VLF fee. They said no. As a matter of fact, they required that we borrow $1 million for a year or two or however many it was, because we didn't have enough money then either. And so then the minute that we became a city, and oh, by the way, they made us expand the city. When the city was being put together, it was going to be Sun City. And the county said, no, you have to go bigger, 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 and to get enough people. Well, we should have done that in the first place, but we didn't think of it. And so we're about to put in a sales tax. I'm not against it if we need it. We need it. But we ought to look at it every once in a while. Now, how do we do that? Apparently, the interest in a force, where it comes up every 10 years to be renewed, that doesn't work, apparently. So what about if we just do it at every given period of time? We force the council, which won't be us, to look at it every 5 years, and then that's all it would have to be. Just look at it, evaluate it, do we need it, and move on. Don't even have to make a decision on it. Anyway, that's my proposal.
I don't know who was next.
I don't want to go next.
I'm going to let you go last.
Okay.
Ms. Sobek.
Well, what a wonderful public hearing tonight. Thank you for all of you who waited so late and for your comments tonight. I see that we have 10 in support out of the 10 who spoke. We had 6 that were not in favor of a sunset, and there was no one who came out in a no of the sunset. They just didn't want to, they left it up to us. We paid for a survey to be done by FM3. That FM3 results showed that the voters want to have a say. And I believe that that's the way that we need to go. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leesmeyer.
I thank everybody again, just as Ms. Sobek did, for coming out here tonight. We had 6 residents that came up here and gave very heartfelt comments about both ideas of the sunset clause and the tax measure, and 5 developers with vested interests in this city. And again, like she says here, everybody's in support. I think we're all in support. The idea of the sunset clause, frankly, it scares me. I don't know what state our city is going to be in 10 years, 20 years, and to put something into this tax measure that, as I've stated before, pulls the rug out from under this city and effectively takes, at a minimum, $7 million a year out of our operating budget. It is the identical thing that Jerry Brown did to our city. I'm not going to sit here and hope and pray that in 2018 or whatever it is that we get a new governor and maybe he gives us our tax measure or gives us our VLF back. We don't even know what that would be. I mean, maybe he only gives us a small percentage of it. So if we say, well, let's do a sunset clause and it's a quid pro quo. If we get the VLF back, we get rid of the sales tax. Well, how do we even know that we're going to get all of the VLF money back? I mean, what if we only get 1% of it, or something silly? So for reasons that I've already stated before, I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm fully in favor of putting this measure before the voters and letting the voters decide when they want to cancel it.
Thank you, Mr. Leesmeyer. Mayor Pro Tem.
My position is, after listening to everybody in the audience, is that I am in favor of a sales tax increase of 1%, and I am opposed to a sunset clause. Listen, if you take our present growth rate at about 6%, our sales, we have a $30 million general fund right now. Sales taxes are approximately $7 million a year. If you calculate that over 10 years, 1% sales tax is going to be like roughly $70 million. If you went for 20 years, it would be $128 million. Captain Judge makes a good point in the back. He says some of the revenues that we're relying on now are going to dissipate and not be as strong as they are right now in terms of the total general fund. This city, in 10 years, will just be climbing out of where we are. You have to remember, we're way behind right now, and we're catching up. And in 10 years, I don't think the city can accept a $70 million tax loss if we took that tax away. I don't even think, I have to be careful how I say this, I don't think we should even put that up to the voters for the very reason, what if they're in a bad mood? But the point being, the city can't accept that kind of a loss, okay? So, also one other point, the fact, the sales tax increase, if you put a sunset clause, it can affect our borrowing capabilities. It can affect the cost of our loans that we go out for our capital improvement projects, for our general obligation bonds, for our revenue bonds, and so on and so forth. With a sunset clause in place at a date certain and specific, that can affect the amount of the loan, and it already has within the city, but I'm not going to go into it right now. So I appreciate what Mr. Denver said. I don't think it would serve a purpose to talk about it in 5 years, but if it means that he would vote not for a sunset clause, I will talk about it next week.
What?
Every time. Never mind. I was a compliment. Okay. Yeah, it was a compliment. In other words, we can talk about it every 5 years if you want. Okay. So anyway, that's my point, Mr. Mayor, and I am for the tax increase, and I'm against the sunset clause for those reasons.
Thank you, Mr. August. Ms. Sobek.
Yeah, I had one other thought on your comments, Councilmember Denver. Don't we have an oversight committee that would be involved with this ballot measure
No.
in place? Wasn't that in something I read, an oversight committee?
We do not have it in place currently, but you're going to have an annual independent audit of those funds every year. You'll also have a review process during the budget, but it's not out of the ordinary to relook at an issue every 5 years, especially when you're doing your 5-year forecasting for your budget. So it could go kind of hand in hand with your 5-year budget forecast moving out. And I think what you'll see is what an integral part of the budget and the revenue that sales tax is.
Okay, so it would be kind of like we're automatically looking at it anyway every 5 years. Okay, thank you.
We will if you do that,
Correct.
if you write it down.
Well, are you suggesting it be part of the ballot measure language,
No.
or? Okay.
I'm saying.
That's easy to do.
Put it in writing somewhere, that every 5 years when you do the budget, you will look at the necessity of the sales tax.
We can bring it back as a finance policy.
Absolutely, finance policy.
Mr. Foltz can develop the language for that.
There's another issue that I want to bring up that isn't quite properly, this probably isn't the correct time. The CFD that we put together, and it comes up later or something, I would like to propose that at some point, maybe this, but connected with this somehow, that we look at it after the election, so that if the election passes, if the tax passes, that's one issue. I'm in favor of all. But if that sales tax doesn't pass, then I may have a different opinion about the CFD and not having one. I may change my mind on that. But I want to look at that again at some point and decide that tonight when we're going to look at it, and whether we're going to continue that CFD, because that's a major part of this. This money coming from this sales tax takes away the immediate need of the CFD.
So I'm going to save further comment on that, because that's the next agenda item,
All right.
if you don't mind. You still had the floor.
I'm done.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So I respect everybody's opinion. I've had a lot of phone calls, emails, discussion up here, your comments, and I just frankly can't believe what I'm hearing. Because 56 men in a hot, humid hall in Philadelphia over 200 years ago put checks and balances on government. And my colleagues seem to want an unending sales tax measure. until undid by the voters. What's the mechanism by which the voters are going to make that decision? The only two ways are the council puts it up as a ballot measure, or a petition gets done throughout the city with enough signatures to put it back on the ballot. So that bothers me a lot. And I don't walk away from the comments that I made in the press about that position, except to say that your opinions tonight have swayed me a little bit on that. And I like the ideas of what you two just said about codifying an automatic review every 5 years in a financial policy. We also have a resolution that we have to adopt associated with the implementation of this, do we not? Yes. Could we put language in that resolution? And I'm not talking about the resolutions for the measures. I'm talking about the implementing resolution where we embed that 5-year review as well. Is that possible, Mr. Melching?
Yeah, Mayor, and actually, it could go in the resolution for the ballot measure. In fact, it makes sense to put it there, and if you'll allow me, I can read you some language I've scratched out.
I would love to hear that language because you might just sway my opinion.
Certainly. This would be a new Section 4 to the resolution that does not have a sunset clause. This would be the resolution that says until ended by the voters.
Okay.
And the section would read, if the sales tax measure passes, the city manager shall every 5 years place an item on the agenda for the city council of the city of Menifee, so that the city council can, in connection with its budget process, evaluate whether to place an item on the ballot to discontinue the 1% sales tax increase.
Sounds good. Plus a future agenda item for not a decorum policy, a financial policy that codifies that as well.
I could add another sentence to that section that says the city manager is directed to bring back a financial policy to implement the direction of this Section 4.
Okay. So I like that and I'm okay with that. The reason why I took the position that I did is for some of the same reasons you've articulated here on the dais and there at the podium, is that we are going to continue to grow. And so at what point do we continue to have this tax in place so that when the commercial development comes and the sales tax growth continues, and let's just say that the VLF gets restored, I'm more comfortable with a mechanism for it to go back to the voters. And so it does not have to be a sunset clause since we got these other measures in place if the council agrees to those. Sounds to me like there is consensus for that. So with that being said, we have agenda item 12.1, the resolution of the City of Menifee for a until ended by the voter language with the additional protections and language in the resolution and a future financial policy that reviews this every 5 years is a motion that I could support.
Second.
I didn't make the motion.
Oh.
And I do not intend to make that motion.
Sorry.
Mr. Leesmeyer.
Yes, Mr. Melching, would you please read that again? Just so it's fresh in my head again.
Just one moment. Yeah, okay. Councilman Leesmeyer, the language in full would be a new Section 4. All of the subsequent sections will be renumbered, of course. If the sales tax measure passes, the city manager shall, every 5 years, place an item on the agenda for the city council of the city of Menifee so that the city council can, in connection with its budget process, evaluate whether to place an item on the ballot to discontinue the 1% sales tax increase. The city manager is directed to formulate and present to the city council a financial policy to implement the direction of this Section 4.
Not bad, on the fly.
Yeah, tell me about it.
That was good.
And if the citizens get ticked off and they hear that every 5 years, they can come to the council, no matter what the council's opinion is, and says, hey, we want that eliminated because you guys got this, that, and the next. They would have a reason to come and speak.
Councilman Denver, for the avoidance of any doubt, the placement of this item on the agenda once every 5 years does not prohibit anybody from showing up 2 years from now or 2 months from now. to urge the city council to place the item on the ballot sooner. Nor does it prohibit anybody from circulating an initiative petition on their own initiative, independent of the city council, to do the same thing.
Mr. Leesmeyer?
Does that language automatically require the city council to place the item up for discussion about making a ballot measure? Or is that something that that discussion will take place? And does that discussion have to have a result of a yay or nay to place a motion of a ballot measure on?
It does not. It requires only that the item be presented to the city council for consideration every 5 years. What the city council does with that item is up to that city council, that future city council. And I would say that we don't have the power today to bind the city council's discretion to do that in the future anyway.
But a sunset clause does.
Um,
Just to let you know.
I'd like to make a motion that we go forward with this with the changes that our city attorney's made.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Mr. Leesmeyer. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Sobek.
Aye.
Councilmember Denver.
Oh, let me think.
It was your idea, you can't vote no.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem August.
Aye.
Councilmember Leesmeyer.
Aye.
Mayor Mann.
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
Don't let us down, Menifee.
They won't, they won't.
You know, that was one of the toughest things I've had to do on the 2 times that I've been on the council, back when Mr. August spent thousands of dollars of his own money, making sure that the district governance structure stayed in place.
I lost that case.
Yeah, but you won the day.
Yeah, I did. For a while, yeah. The
All
voters
right.
did, yeah.
Excellent job, everybody. 12.2, clarification of city council policies regarding public safety communities, facilities, district. Wait, you can't leave now.
All the reasons we're
wait.
about to talk to CFD.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. City Attorney Jeff Melching has the balance of the item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. This is a... Actually, City Manager Johnson just reminded me that we have one more piece of business to cover on agenda item 12.1.
Oh, we do. We have a resolution. Okay, I'm sorry.
Can you put that back there, please?
And very quickly, Mayor, the issue here is we have a resolution which
16554
allows the city council to designate 2 of its members to prepare the argument in favor of the ballot measure. And so we've prepared a blank resolution and obviously leave it to the council's discretion to provide direction as to who those council members would be. It doesn't have to be 2, it could be only 1. It's up
Can
to
I
you.
nominate 2?
Okay, you want 2, the resolution calls for 2.
Correct.
You want 1. It would be better if all 5 of our names were on there.
Correct. All 5 can indicate their assent to it, yes.
Yeah, we did that on 2 other measures, so we're either gonna hang alone or we're gonna hang together, using Franklin's words.
Why don't you do the safety committee?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Wait a minute.
And have Melching or somebody draw it up and let them review it.
Mr. August,
What are we talking about?
we're talking about the ballot, the
I don't know if we
statement
have time for that.
that goes on.
Our next meeting is next week.
Yeah, no, I know. The staff will draft it, but we're talking about who's gonna be the authors on the ballot, whose names are gonna appear, right?
To aid in your discussion of this, the arguments in favor are due on August 18th. The next meeting is August 17th
Right.
of the City Council.
No, okay, well, that met.
It's fine.
Okay.
So,
As long as I don't have to write it.
I was thinking time about Public Safety Committee. Public Safety Committee meets next week and then not for another month.
I move that all 5 of our names go on it.
Amen.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Second.
All right, we have a second by Mr. Leesmeyer. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 16554 with all 5 of us endorsing?
Move.
We have a motion by Mr. Leesmeyer,
Second.
second by Mayor Pro Tem. Call the roll.
Councilmember Denver. Mayor Pro Tem August.
Aye.
Councilmember Leesmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek.
Aye.
Mayor Mann.
Aye.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you for the catch on.
Good save.
Yeah, appreciate that. That's why you're here. City manager.
He was giving it.
He has a vested interest in this thing being successful.
We all do. We all need police officers.
Next agenda item, please.
Mayor, this one had been thrown to me before we returned to item 12.1. This is the clarification on the city's policies with respect to the formation of CFDs, Community Facilities Districts for Public Safety, on what was characterized previously when the policy was adopted as new residential projects. And really, this is a two-way exchange. At least that's the way I envisioned it. I wrote the staff report on this. One direction of the exchange is I want to inform you about some of the limitations on our ability, legal limitations, just types of projects that we would not be in a position to impose the CFD for public safety. And second, as we've looked at the various stages of the development process that projects are in, we're soliciting from you further input on which types of projects that you can impose the CFD requirement on, you want to impose the CFD requirement on. So with that sort of more abstract background, I will say this. Projects that are not yet built but have secured a development agreement from the city or otherwise obtained vested rights from the city, we will not be in a position to impose the CFD on. So if you have an unbuilt project that has secured a development agreement, we will not be in a position to impose a CFD for public safety on those projects. They contracted with the city for the right to not have additional conditions imposed on them, and we have to honor that requirement. Two, there are certain projects that are not yet built and that require further approvals from the city, but those approvals are not discretionary. They must be granted if certain requirements are met. So for example, a project that has obtained a tentative track map approval from the city and is only going through the process of satisfying the conditions on that already approved map, after which it will show up at the city and say, I've checked all the boxes and satisfied all of the conditions, please give me my final map approval. That's not a discretionary decision of the city. It's ministerial. If they've complied with the conditions, the final map approval has to be given to them. And therefore, we don't have a discretionary opportunity in that case to say, well, we want to impose this CFD for public safety requirement. And there are projects like that pending in the city right now. So that's the exchange of information from me to you to make sure that there's a clear understanding that there are at least a couple of categories of as yet unbuilt projects that we cannot impose this requirement on. The exchange coming the other way is that there are a couple of other cases that are sort of, I would call them tweeners. For this late hour, I can get away with that, I think. The tweeners are cases that are well into the entitlement process, but the project's not built yet. But it also needs a further discretionary approval. And the best example of that is a project that had a tentative track map approved a long time ago and has been waiting for the economy to clear up or the conditions to be right or the financing to be in place, and finds itself in a position where it now needs an extension of time on a tentative track map. If it needs an extension of time on the tentative track map, that is a discretionary decision of the city council. And it is an opportunity where the city council could say, and I think in exchange or as part of the decision to grant the extension of time, which we have the power to just deny, we are going to require participation in a CFD for public safety. And the rationale for that, which we talked about before, would go along these lines. The costs of public safety have gone up and up and up. And while you've had your tentative track map approval, but you haven't gone forward to development, the size of the city has increased, and your project is going to bring more residents, and that's going to increase the overall cost of public safety for the city. And therefore, in exchange for giving the extension of time, now we find ourselves in a position to to think that we're going to need to secure additional funding for public safety. That's the rationale. Now, in the staff report, although it's only a recommendation from us, this is absolutely your discretion to ultimately tell us which types of projects you want to impose this requirement on. But we suggested that if a project had obtained its entitlements in the first instance prior to the city's incorporation, well, that wasn't a decision that the Menifee City Council made. It was a decision that the Menifee City Council inherited. And that was a long time ago. And if that project hasn't yet been built and it comes to the city and asks for a discretionary decision like an extension of time, the recommendation was, in that case, probably makes sense to impose the CFD for public safety on that project. If, on the other hand, the project was originally approved by the Menifee City Council, well, you had a bite at the apple at one point in time when you could have said, we want to impose the CFD for public safety on the project as it was coming through in the first instance, although this policy is new. And you didn't take that opportunity at that point in time, and so you wouldn't take that opportunity now. And to boot, it's a newer project. That was just staff's rationale, frankly, my rationale. It's untested against the policy judgment of any of you, but it was offered as a suggestion about how to deal with the projects that are in the pipeline in terms of the CFD for public safety. Going forward, though, I want to be clear that the concept of what constitutes new development, which is new projects that are coming in for original approvals to the city, that the staff report makes no comment on that. We understood the council's prior direction very clearly that all new development, I mean newly proposed development, would be subject to the requirement. So with that, that's the staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And appreciate whatever clarification you can give.
Questions? I have, go ahead, Matt, Mr. Leesmeyer.
I just want to say this, in light of what we just did here a little bit ago in coming together and putting this ballot measure language forward to go forward to the residents, I am going to make a recommendation to this council that we postpone going forward with any form of this CFD with a big qualifier. I've unwound my vote once before. I'm doing it again. And if this ballot measure doesn't go through, I'm going to be looking to come back and rehash this again because, dang it, we need money for our public safety. We need money for our city staff. We need money for roads and infrastructure. And, I have a little bit of an issue with this CFD because it doesn't tax the whole city for a service that the whole city will be getting. So that's what I have to say about that right now.
Okay. Any other comment? On paragraph 4, Mr. Melching, I'm having a hard, I understand completely everything that you've presented. My only one rub, and it's not really a rub, it's just a deviation from some other policy actions that we've made. In number 4, where it says, shall be required to participate in a public safety CFD if the original entitlement approval was issued prior to the incorporation of the city, but shall not be required to participate in public safety CFD if the original entitlement approval was issued by the city. My one little minor rub with that is that we've given waivers for entitled projects before, whether it be with the Hillside Development Code, Quimby fees, and so to me, you're either entitled or you're not. And just because it may have expired and they need to come renew, I don't think that automatically gives us another bite at the apple. One could argue that it's entitled. It's just expired. So I would, if, whatever we're going to do tonight with this, I would like us to maybe explore that one a little bit more. But I kind of like what Mr. Leesmeyer said. But I think do we have any speakers on this tonight?
Yes, we do.
We've
About
decided it already.
4.
Well, we had some questions of staff.
It's not a public hearing. It's not really that out of line.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I think when I initially heard from the council and when we tried to create the policy for CFD on new development, the way that it came through, that I understood it, was that anything that was unbuilt is new. And so when we started going through the process of, okay, if anything that's unbuilt is new, then as Mr. Melching stated, if you go from a tentative tract map to a final, you can't add any conditions to that. However, if you have a tentative tract map, which is seeking a time extension, you technically can add a condition to that because they're asking for something else, but it's probably not appropriate. And so because we didn't have that discussion, that's really what I believed the direction I was seeking tonight, was that only new applications that are coming through that are going to a tentative tract map would continue to have the CFD for public safety on them. And what we're looking at is, projects that are most likely 3 to 5 years out. But the current projects that we have, even though they're not built, they're in the process and they do have an approval, either a tentative tract map that's going to final, which is ministerial, we cannot add that on there, or a tentative tract map seeking an extension of time, which would get them to their final map, which I don't believe was the intent of the council to do. So that was the policy decision that I was seeking. I hope that lines up with what the city attorney's staff report was. That's what I gathered out of it. I don't know anything about, I didn't have an opinion about prior to city incorporation or after city incorporation. I just have those 3 delineations. Tentative tract map to final, no. Tentative tract map seeking an extension to final, no. But new applications to tentative tract map, yes.
Well, the staff report outlines that, except for that one little clause.
I guess it's late and I missed something.
Let's take speakers, unless there's a motion to table this item until after the election.
Okay.
Can we do that motion to
Not
just
until we-
table the whole discussion until?
We can take it off agenda and hear it another day.
And postpone it to after the election.
But we have speakers, so they've been patiently waiting. We need to take the speakers. Ms. Sobek, was that your point? Yeah. Let's take the first speaker. We're here. It's only 11:30.
Mayor, if you'll indulge me for one moment, there's an appeal set for your city council meeting of the 17th. Not trying to talk about that issue tonight, but the city council's policy direction on this issue
Is needed.
would be helpful in the administration of that appeal.
First speaker.
Adrian Peters, followed by Bill Blankenship.
11:30.
Members of City Council, yes, Mr. Melching, you are correct. This item is extremely important to me, my project, and my team. In short, we have another example of is a project built or not. We have an approved tentative map with an extension on file, but a site that is graded. And is that developed? The final map, interestingly, is sitting on Jonathan Smith's desk, and its partner track came before you earlier, but Jonathan can't sign the map until the tentative map extension is approved, and the tentative map extension can't be approved until I vet those 2 CFD conditions. And so I'm in favor of having this entire thing deferred until after the election, because I agree. Once the election settles, we'll know quite clearly where the matter stands. But in my particular case, I have a very near-term decision as my family goes to Hawaii on August 17th, and I have to figure out whether or not I'm going with them or coming here. So my position on it, my team's position on it, and the building team's position on it is that the sales tax is the fairest and most equitable way to garner revenue to solve the public safety situation, and individually taxing certain tracts that are already taxed to the you-know-what is just something that's not really fair. So we support Mr. Mayor Mann's request for maybe a little bit more clarification on number 4. If indeed this does move forward, we believe that projects that were approved on September 30th, 2008 should be treated the same as ones that were approved on October 1st, 2008. I do not agree with Mr. Melching's logic that if it was approved the day before in the county, but we're a city the next day, therefore tough luck. I don't think that's really fair. So I support making all projects that have been approved, regardless of whether it was inherited from the county or approved in the city, exempt. But I'm sure you'll hear some other compelling opinions from the other folks. But again, I hoping that the sales tax solves our problem and the need for this CFD or the urgency for this CFD effectively goes away so that I can get my map recorded and my graded lot sold. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bill Blankenship, followed by Andy Dominigoni.
Well, it's getting late. Again, Bill Blankenship, representing Riverside County Building Industry Association. Mayor Mann, honorable members of the council, City Manager Johnson, thank you for the opportunity to come here. It's my belief that had the council had the results of this poll and had a full conversation when they considered, 5 options or directions, that they would not have voted for this CFD to be put in place. And now that the council has taken action this evening and the matter is going before the voters, I respectfully request that we suspend this item until after the November 8th election and then revisit it. The problem with CFDs is that you're asking a subset of people, i.e. new home buyers, to pay for a level of service that the entire community benefits from. And we strongly believe that's not right. The entire community will benefit from that level of service from law enforcement, and the entire community needs to be part of the solution. That's why we're here this evening and so strongly supported a sales tax measure to be on this ballot. So again, I respectfully request that we suspend this action and that we do not catch folks like Brookfield in limbo here as the voters are trying to decide the outcome of, financing for public safety in the future. Those are my remarks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Dominigoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Speaking for the Fleming family, Fred Fleming, he is adamantly opposed to this, and he told me to say adamantly, if you know Fred. And I agree with the last 2 speakers. There's a lot of land yet to be developed here in Menifee. And just like the building industry said, that you are going to put a CFD tax on new home people that everybody in this city will benefit from. That's not right. It is not right. And I think we're, as developers, the Flemings, the Brookfields, the building industry, bringing other builders in, we will only help enhance the city if this sales tax goes through, and I hope it does. This will go away, and we pay fees already for a lot of these things that you're just adding a new one on here. So we're opposed to any kind of CFD tax, the Flemings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mike Judge, followed by Michael Garrison.
Again, thank you for hearing me out tonight. This was the second item that I was speaking of earlier when we were doing the sales tax. All I've heard from some of these developers were they couldn't afford it. They didn't want to place that burden on the home buyer. Okay? They're going to build their homes, they're going to make their millions, and they're going to be gone. But our resources are going to have to give those services to the population that they sold the homes to. You've heard that it's not even going to generate funding until 3 to 5 years later. It's not like it's immediate. It's on certain projects, the ones that are new. Right now, our neighbors have CFDs. We have a CFD here in Menifee. that CFD is specialized enforcement. The rest of the city doesn't get that specialized enforcement. That is only for Quail Valley. Quail Valley has the lowest crime rate in Menifee for years, and that's why. So, in short, if we wait even till after the election, November 8th, there might not be a whole lot to place the CFD on once it gets up and running. So, again, I would ask that we move forth with the CFD the way it is and just get the language marked out on it so that it's a combination of things. The sales tax is for the entire city. Everybody keeps saying public safety. It's for the entire city. CFD is specific to public safety. In 5 years from now, in 10 years from now, this city will need that CFD money, even with the sales tax. So thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
I had no information about Quail Valley being the lowest, the safest area, but.
Lowest crime rate.
And answer my question. Since they pay for 2 extra police, they get 2 extra police.
They do.
And they are there, and they get whatever the overflow they need from the rest of the city. They get something for their money. Tell me what, a new tract being built, 75 homes, do they get more police? Heck no. And so it's different than that.
I don't understand the question.
In other words, if they
would.
No, you don't get an extra policeman in a tract. You're proposing that? So
They could in a district, is what I'm saying. If you have
well, now, if that's
new
what a
homes going
CFD
up.
is, if we're going to put an extra policeman in every tract or every group of tracts that get a CFD, I have a different opinion on the whole thing, but I didn't know that.
I don't think that's what it is.
I think the difference is what you guys are talking about is CS 86 was voted in by the voters of that area, overwhelmingly a large area of Quail Valley. We're talking about a CFD as you had.
And so therefore, using your logic, we would have a CFD for an area or for the whole city, and we would get more police.
On a new branch of the city, okay, say if you had a part of your district that was building up and there was enough homes there, it would generate some funding for specialized enforcement.
Once again,
That's
if
what I'm
there was a special policeman for those tracts, I have a different opinion. That's not what we're talking about, but whatever.
Thank you, Mr. Judge.
Sounds like it, public safety.
Mr. Garrison? The other Mr. Garrison?
Again, good evening. I am still Michael Garrison, representing the Riverside BIA. I wasn't going to speak on the issue, except for one item that popped up during the discussion. If in November it goes to the ballot, the sales tax passes, CFD goes forward, aren't those people that move into those homes paying twice for the same thing?
No.
I just want to be clear on that, because what it sounds to me is that if you're paying a CFD for public safety, and then there's a sales tax that was just implemented on public safety, it just seems that it's two methods that the same person's paying twice for the same thing. Maybe not in the most direct fashion, where it's not as clear cut, but it jumped off the page throughout the discussion that it just seemed a little bit redundant for a way to pay for. It just jumped at me that it seemed that passing both to me didn't seem quite in, I think, the spirit of what we want our revenue, of how to pay for public safety. That was just my only take on it, and I also agree with what has been said that if you're going to have a CFD for a certain area, it seems that you have to have a dedicated law enforcement element to that area, and therefore it defeats the purpose and doesn't benefit the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers?
One last speaker, Bob Garrison.
The other Mr. Garrison.
Okay. So again, Bob Garrison, True Life Companies, the property that's between Antelope and Dawson, north of Rouse. We have the situation where our property has an approved or had an approved tentative track map. We had an expiration date of May coming up this year. We went in April and started the process. In the middle of that process, a condition of approval was put on there that said you must have the public safety CFD. I have provided to the city clerk a example that shows, or an analysis. It's a review and file item. It's an analysis that shows that the combination of the maintenance CFD, which we have on our property, which pays for the landscaping, street maintenance, drainage, parks, trails, the city couldn't maintain because there's no funding, so our HOA will maintain it. We have a school CFD, school fee CFD, and this agenda item, this public safety CFD, this drives our proposed tax rate above 2%, well above. So the scenario for us is that we understood that the city's policy was not to push projects above a 2% ratio. Makes it very hard to sell homes. People choose other places to move. For us, we've proceeded with this project. We've met with staff, we've worked with staff, and it's been great, and with Rob. And we proceeded to go in and do a whole lot of grading and cleaning up an area that needed to be cleaned up. And we did 112 certified blue top lots. The rest were waiting for FEMA approval to allow us to go into our phase 2 and finish the rest of the 173. We spent a whole lot of money. We're stuck right now. We can't get our tentative map that is now being looked at, but on hold because we're not in agreement on this condition, which says that we must be part of this public safety CFD, because it'll take us above 2%. We'll never be able to proceed with the project. We won't be able to sell our homes. So what we're asking for is that the element item number 4 in this draft report is stricken, wherein, and Adrian mentioned it also, our tentative track map was approved under the county. It was approved before that date, but it was approved, so we were entitled. We proceeded, we did all our work. We have $10 million in the project now. If we have a public safety CFD, we won't be able to sell it. So we're asking that that condition of county or city approval is stricken. If it's an approved project, it's entitled. We believe that that extension should be granted without the safety CFD added to it, and that's my request, please.
Thank you. Other speakers?
No more speakers.
Okay. What direction are we headed with this particular item? Mr. Melching has done a lot of work at our request. I recall a council meeting a couple months back where during his city attorney report, we asked several questions, and he's answered those questions for us with the matrix that he just provided. I already gave my opinion on my position on number 4. I think if an entitled project is entitled, it's entitled and shouldn't be subject to another condition on this particular thing. But in light of the ballot measure, I echo Mr. Leesmeyer's thoughts here. I would like us to table implementation of this until after we know the outcome of the election. And not only do I want to table this, that the direction would also include that staff cannot condition projects until we make a final decision on this policy directive.
Is that a motion?
That would be my motion.
And I will second it.
We have a motion and a second. Is there additional discussion?
I do want additional discussion.
Yes.
I want staff to listen to this as well. You know, I'm not that familiar with 4. I'm willing to sit here and hash over number 4 with you. But the fact that we passed a measure to go on the ballot, 1% sales tax, we really hasn't asked the staff what their opinion. We haven't asked them if they've done any analysis, any opinions on whether that's going to be enough to solve our fiscal problem. All of a sudden, everybody here is assuming that a 1% sales tax is going to make everything great. We don't know that yet. We haven't asked staff that, and I think I'd like to ask them if they have a position on that.
And before they answer, the quick acid test is it doubles overnight if it's approved.
What?
Because
The sales tax?
Yeah.
Well, I know what you're saying, Mr. Mayor.
As an example,
but
the staff presented us during the budget an estimated, what was it, $7 million in sales tax revenue, or 6.2? By the approval of a bump up, that automatically doubles in a year.
No, I understand. I mentioned that in my presentation tonight. What I'm saying is, considering the city's financial condition, that may not be enough according to the data that, and the research and the analysis that the city does. So what I'm saying is, why don't we ask the staff what their position is? They usually come up with a staff report on the things that we talk about up here. Why don't we ask the staff how they feel about us moving the, moving the public safety CFD until after the election? Why can't they have an opinion on that?
Well, to satisfy Mr. August's concern, would you be able to estimate those impacts while we wait for the outcome of the election so that it's presented when we make a final decision on this afterwards?
Mr. Mayor and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, we can always put together a financial analysis if you want us to wait. I didn't anticipate the discussion that just occurred, and that's council's discretion to do that. In 10 years, we were talking about possible term limits for sales tax, and I think we solved that issue tonight by not having it end, or by looking in 5 years at a opportunity to revisit the sales tax. But in 10 years, we're not so sure that we won't be in the same position we're in now. I mean, there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts. So if the sales tax continues to rise as it is now and doubles and stays that way, probably be in pretty good shape. However, when the CFD was approved by council before we started talking about sales tax measures, it was to be an additional feature and a safety net for the city while it increased its police force along the way. And even though the revenues won't show up for 3 to 5 years, if we go along the lines of what I thought we were talking about tonight, which would exclude tentatives to finals and tentatives with extensions to finals, and only go on new applications. I know that Mr. Foltz was looking into, if there was a 10-year term limit discussion on the sales tax, what that would do to the city, and a proposed nut to crack, so to speak, on that would be. But if you're just looking at multiplying $516 times the number of homes that we anticipated coming in, you're looking at in 5 years and 10 years of between 2,500 to 7,000 new homes. That's an additional $3 to $5 million for public safety alone. So, although I don't have all the numbers in all the rows right now, it's definitely something to keep on the horizon.
If we overnight built the 10,000 units that are entitled, and if we imposed a CFD on them, and we went forward with that, that's $5.6 million a year.
Correct.
If 10,000 units are, and we know that that economy, that market is cyclical. And when I look at, assuming all 10,000 are built, and that's a $561 per parcel or per house CFD, we easily surpass that amount on November 9th when we wake up in the morning and say, aha, the voters approved a 9% sales tax in Menifee. So my position is that we table the CFD, as per my motion, that's my motion. Mr. Denver.
If in 10 years, what you say might happen happens, and and this council's in trouble again, a citywide CFD makes far more sense. That immediately gets you money. You can do it for a lot less money, and there'll be very little argument any more than you have an argument about the sales tax.
And it goes on commercial, not just residential.
Yeah, and so I just think we have a whole new game to play that we're all prepared to play once we see how this, what happens on the 9th.
City manager again. If, and I get the feeling it's going to be tabled tonight, do you, at the end, after the election, would you be prepared to come back and say, maybe we can address number 4 here, I'll get a little up, we can come up to speed on that, but would you be willing to come back and make an assessment on what it would mean to the city if we voted to remove the CFD or any consideration for a CFD? Would you be in a position to do that?
We would have enough time to do a fiscal analysis based on the population, the 1 per 1,000 per officers, and the cost associated with the increases in public safety over time. Yes, we could bring that back.
And make a recommendation, even if the sales tax passes, that you still need the CFD and the city recommends that the CFD should stay in place.
We could show
could do
whether
that.
there would be a delta or not that would need to be compensated for.
Okay, so just to be clear, the council already took action on the CFD. My motion and Mr. Leesmeyer's second, correct me if I'm wrong, is tabling it for now till the outcome of the election, but also not putting conditions of approval on projects between now and November until we
Get the CFD.
render these issues.
That get the CFD, he can approve projects.
Understood.
All right. Madam Clerk, did you understand the motion? Just making sure for the record. You don't have to repeat it back. I just want to make sure that you've got what we're, yeah, okay. Is there anybody unclear on it? All right, let's call the roll on this one, just for posterity.
Mayor Pro Tem August,
Do I have to answer? I'll go along with it.
Councilmember Leesmeyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Sobek,
I'll go along with it too, but I know Mr. Melton did a lot of work in giving us this, but I do feel good about tabling it right now. And sorry, staff.
Councilmember Denver,
Aye.
Mayor Mann.
I too am grateful to you, Mr. Milching, for the clarification, answering our questions. You provided that clarity, which would be the framework going forward, should that be the, we continue to go forward after November 8th. So that's an aye for me.
I think we just enacted the Menifee entitlement stimulus program.
Yeah, perhaps. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Melching, city attorney reports.
I think you've heard quite enough from me tonight.
All right, Mr. Johnson,
No other reports.
are there future agenda items for tonight for another meeting? Ms. Sobek, you were up first.
Thank you. As I said earlier in the evening, I would like to have a discussion. We need to talk about the homeless and the panhandlers, and we need to make some decisions as a city.
Might I, if I might suggest that we utilize our standing committee that we have to at least evaluate those issues for now. You guys have already heard the issue before, the homeless thing. I mean, you guys spent a lot of time on that, and so did the city staff and others.
But you know what? I feel left out of that. I don't know what's going on with it.
So what I'm suggesting is that we take, that the Public Safety Committee take the concerns that we've heard tonight from the residents and your concerns, reevaluate it, and then bring it back to the council. Or we can just simply take what they did before and bring it back for another discussion, whatever makes sense to you all.
We can chew on it some more and bring it back a little better.
Okay?
I'm not sure we know what to do about it.
I don't either. I don't know if I don't have the sense that it's the problem that people think that it is. I mean, it is for the people who see it on the immediate
It's
point, but.
Yeah, I don't consider it to be homeless. I consider it to be more of a criminal
Yeah.
problem myself.
Well, vagrancy is vagrancy.
Yeah.
We have to do something.
So if we agree that it's a criminal issue or a vagrant, then that's a public safety item.
When I've got when I am having a general manager of a Jack in the Box tell me that at noon, when a homeless person told his manager, if you call the police on me, I will kill you, we have a problem.
That's a criminal problem.
Okay? When I talk to
Communicating a
code,
threat.
when I talk to code enforcement, and I'm getting a different message from code and from the police, I believe that maybe we're not all on the same page a little bit. We've got codes that we can enforce. We've got a gentleman who wants to create a committee to really work on this. He feels that it needs to come from the citizens. He knows we don't have time. He's willing, he has experience with the homeless. He's willing to take a committee and work on that. So that's where I wanted to go with the discussion. So we're all on the same
I
page.
didn't realize you was coming there, Mr. I'll go along, I'll second that.
Well, Captain McIlvain and Captain, who was it, Williams? Forget me, who was after Captain McIlvain?
Hill, John Hill.
Captain Hill,
Neil?
Captain Judge, and now Captain Ford. They all have, hi, Captain, yeah, we're talking about you. All have the same opinion in terms of enforcement of this issue. And so I think that it's best to be reevaluated at the Public Safety Committee first with those things in mind, and then bring forward a discussion to the council.
The problem Lisa has, and I've heard her address this before, is she can't go to a public safety meeting, so she feels kind of left out.
Well, we have two standing committees, policy committees, finance and public safety, for these things to be vetted first.
I get you.
Then they come to the full council for further discussion.
Absolutely.
Can they call me as a public witness?
You can attend the meeting, because it's an agendized Brown Act meeting. You just can't speak. You have to sit and observe. You can't have input at that meeting.
So maybe one of them can talk to me ahead of time. I can fill them in on everything that I've been getting in my district.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I need. I don't feel like my district, or it's not my district, it's the People's District, but I represent the 3rd District, and I don't feel like they're being heard. That's, so.
Just send your husband. Just make it easy.
Or send the gentleman that wants to help form a committee.
Well, that's something we need to talk about to see how we will support that.
We'll
as a
take
council.
care of that.
All right. Mr. Leesmeyer?
Yes, I would like to, I'd like to make a request that we, prior to August 12th, conduct a personnel review of the city manager.
I'll second that.
Prior to August 12th.
Yes.
That's next Friday.
Sir?
So you're asking for a special meeting
Yes.
of the city council to do a performance review of the city manager. And you've seconded that.
Can't we do that off into the future? Why do we have to have a special meeting?
Like, yeah, why don't we just do it on the 17th at the next council meeting? What's the logic?
Well, I suppose we could do it on the 17th.
But I think we're gonna need some, if I understand this correct, we're gonna need a little time on it. Also, one was due on March, I believe, of last year, and somehow that slipped up, so we're a little bit late on that.
Okay, so we're going to do the March review on August 17th, per his contract.
So,
That's not what I'm proposing.
Okay.
Just personnel review on the date of the next council meeting, by the date of the next council meeting.
Okay, so we'll have a closed session item, public employee performance review.
Yep.
In closed session.
when is that?
On the 17th of August. Right?
On or before.
Okay.
No, I'd rather have it before.
For the
Well,
17th.
what's the problem with having it before?
Well, okay, we have, it doesn't seem to be,
What if it's longer than our usual normal closed session 1-hour meeting?
well, then we'll continue it at the end of the regular meeting.
At the end of the meeting?
Yeah, that's what typically happens.
You know, I'm going to amend that motion. I would respectfully request that we do hold that meeting prior to August 12th.
Let's better look at our calendars.
You may not have everybody there.
Exactly.
Well, that's at everybody's convenience, so. Mr. Melching, too.
Why don't you just go it off in the future, 3-4 meetings from now, and make that meeting be the only thing is the evaluation? Move everything front and back and have one meeting just be that.
The, doing it next week is real tough for me personally, in terms of other things I got going on after 4:30 in the evening. Saturday, the 13th works. But again, here's my point, though. We have regularly scheduled meetings, and we have mechanisms for this to go on a regularly scheduled meeting. I don't understand the compelling need to have a special meeting next week.
All I'm saying is we might need more time. Now, you want to move it until after the meeting. I mean, I don't like that. I want to get it done before the meeting.
Does our code allow our meetings to start at 5:30?
No, it doesn't, but that applies to regular meetings. And
Okay,
so if
so-
you wanted to start earlier, you could just set a special meeting to precede the regular meeting.
Started at 4, who cares?
Okay, so
But I'll leave it up to Matt. What time do you want to start, Matt?
I think 4 would be fine.
So 4 o'clock on the 17th for a special meeting. And do we have any anticipated closed session items for the regular meeting? Do we have any litigation in the pipeline or case updates that we need?
Not that come to mind, Mayor, and if there were updates, I wouldn't anticipate them to be lengthy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if we started do you think we're gonna need more than 2 hours?
No.
So I then would propose then a special meeting on Thursday, the 17th, to begin at 5, for the purpose of closed session for public employee performance review. And then we can start our regular meeting at 7 o'clock, like normal. Not have to worry about setting a meeting next week. Will that be acceptable?
Yep.
Okay. Are there any other agenda items?
Just the one that I mentioned earlier about Valleywide, if we can work on maybe getting them to do a presentation to one of either our commission or us to try to get this moving forward.
Roger. Thanks for the reminder. I think we got that one down. Anything else for tonight? We are adjourned.